The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all outliers. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the DeBrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion Mayday, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all outliers. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the DeBrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion Mayday, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all outliers. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the DeBrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion Mayday, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all-out liars. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the DeBrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all-out liars. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the DeBrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all-out liars. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the DeBrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all outliers. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the DeBrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
Hey yo, what up, what's up? Big shout out to everybody out there in the Shark Tank. Big shout out to all my people out there in the Shark Tank. And I do not want to forget my people out there on the back street. What up? Y'all know what time it is. It's Hot Mic Friday. Hey yo, don't forget to hit that like button. Don't forget to hit that like button. Again, big shout out to all my people out there in the Shark Tank. Hey, look here. Don't forget to take that poll. That poll there is not a wrong or right answer. We just doing a temperature check. So feel free. Don't take nothing but a quick click. And we got it. All right. Let me get my shout outs right quick. Big shout out to the one and only longtime supporter, my main man, Mr. Dickie Foster in the house. What up, fam? Big shout out to my man, Bloodthirst, #1, AK I have it 360 in the house. What up, fam? My man, Mr. William Torres in the house. What up, fam? Another longtime supporter, my man, one and only Mr. David Morris. What up, fam? The one and only bite down and shake that like button. Double M Despo in the house. What up? Bam! Big shout out to my man, Mr. Carlos Lee in the house. What up, fam? Yo, my man, Greater Than in the house. What up? Bam! Big shout out to my man, Mr. John Dimbry. What up, fam? Yo, my man, John Johnson in the house. What up? Bam! See what's that guy here? Yo, my mans. And them MB4 Fire in the house. What up, fam? I see you. All right, fellas, as you know, we didn't show up again Tuesday. And Tuesday, we just, look here. Now, we all in the community. We all get around. We share the love. But sometimes it just takes time to stop and reset. And then, we need a little time off to reset. It's not like I'm making excuses because, I told y'all we always try to be here. But then sometimes, we can't make it. Well, this time, I'm just going to be honest with you. I just think I just needed a break. That's all. Just needed a break. And so that was our best chance. We had some people that came in from out of town, and we just got tied up. And usually that wouldn't stop me because, I never had a problem. I done brought my kids through, Mo done brought his kids through, and they be having to deal with us until we got off the show. But this time, I didn't really give it much thought because I knew my people was coming in. I just decided we're going to just take a break this time. Big shout out to my man, Breaking in the house. What up, fam? I see ya. Let me do this right quick before I get started because I got to do this to make sure I get this out the way. 1 second here. All right. First thing I'm gonna do is get this out of the way, because this is gonna be one of them conversations that I need to really get this out the way. Let me get this in here. Our disclaimer. Okay. Note, this channel in no way, shape, or form condone, support, nor participate in any illegal state, local, or federal laws. I don't know what happened to my W. That violate the Animal Welfare Act of 1976. This channel is strictly for the historical, fictional, educational, entertainment purposes only. Now, the reason we do this disclaimer, because sometimes, it's important that people remember anytime that we talk over here, we're always going to be talking about our past experience. Remember, we didn't create the game. We was just a part of the game. It was there long before we got here, and I think it's going to be here long after we leave here. But it's important to know that I always inform our audience when we talk, especially over here, we're only talking about our past experience and this American Pit Bull Terrier community. So, getting that out of the way. No, the reason I put this poll up, because I really like to know how people feel. Ben, we're into the new age. This is a new way of looking at this community. And I just wanted to know, based on, I hear so many people, and it seems like it's easy for people to talk about the people of the past, and I'm only speaking based on this new way. I understand that people are trying to create this new way, and I don't understand that new way. And I've said this plenty of times. I don't understand what you guys mean by the new way, because as long as I've been living and dealing with these dogs, and I know so many people. And when I speak, got to remember, I deal with people on an everyday basis, which means I have to be in their businesses, their properties, their homes. And I get a chance to see a lot of their animals and the people that I meet along the way. And you would be surprised at how many people that I know that own American Pit Bull Terriers. It's a lot of them. I mean, there's so many that it's just not, over my head to see that these dogs are as loyal and to normal people and can be great companions. People having their dogs almost as long as I was having dogs. I met a lady today that had a pit bull that, she was heartbroken because it just died after 17 years, and she happened to be coming by discussing some business with me, and she seen my dog, and she wanted to, to see her, because she's, hey, that looks like a pit bull. Yeah, she's a pit bull. How old is she? She's about 2.5. You've been dealing with these dogs long? Yeah, me personally, I've been dealing with them for a long time. And then she told me her story about her pit bull. There was just a part of the family, and she was heartbroken because after 17 years, her dog died on her. And she just didn't know how, if she could ever replace that dog, because she grew up with that dog. That dog was a part of her life. So, and that's not, I use her because it was just something, she's one of the main reasons why I'm having this conversation, because she was really heartbroken about her dog. And 1 second. Get out. Get the fuck out. Now, if you think about it, when we talk about the different things and how versatile these dogs is, you know, I wrote in my description today, and I'm going to just read it out to you. Originating from the bull baiting and ratting sports in the 19th century England, the ancestors of the American Pit Bull Terrier were later used for dog fighting in the United States, while illegal historical titles and merits recognized within the clandestine fighting community included champions, grand champions, registered merits, and PORs. As the breed has developed in the United States, its utility has extended far beyond fighting, earning its reputation as versatile and loyal, the all-American dog. Now, the community should be able to understand that part, because just because we talk about the community, that lady I talked to today, I would consider her part of the community because she does have a pit bull. She knew a lot. She understood what she was getting into when she got it, which I would think most people who take on a American Pit Bull Terrier with all the negative press that they get, they still go out their way to have one of these dogs as their loyal pet. So I'm going to include her in that part of the community. Never got into the conversation of my past because my past shouldn't have mattered. I was just more stuck on how she felt it necessary to let me know, you know, seeing my dog brought back memories for her because she was able to walk up to my dog, pet her, and felt like she had to tell me her story. And for me, a lot of people that own these dogs probably felt the same way she does. But I get on YouTube and I watch on Facebook and I see the reactions of a lot of, you know, conversation, a lot of back and forth, a lot of just things that for me, I clearly am just lost to the sauce. I mean, maybe age has a lot to do with this, but I'm just totally lost to how, you know, you can talk about these dogs in a sense as if they do not have a past. You know, we all understand just as well as I understood, and this is much as I know people before me understood that this was a very, you know, unacceptable activity to where they had to bring it into law in 1976. But it was, you know, they start, you know, gaining that negative reputation long before 76. And just as of 76, you know, they redid the law to make it almost a federal offense. But these are the things that I try to weigh in on when I'm trying to determine and understand what the future's supposed to look like when it comes to these dogs. So I just recently seen a video where someone was talking about, you know, they're 2 grand champions and, you know, they're just ecstatic about these 2 grand champions on their yard. They didn't make them grand champions, but they living off the name and the reputation now. And to see that conversation kind of threw me for a whirl because I'm looking at it more like, you know, how they use that to sell dogs. I mean, these pit bulls, like, does that them 2 dogs, make their dog special or something? You know what I'm saying? Is it the title that draws people in? I'll be wanting to know, what is that when you use that and you're using it as a selling point? Does that, does that really affect why people still, buy these dogs? At what point, like in our case, we didn't breed and try to breed to nothing but champions and grand champions when it came to our females, the males. Okay. But for us, I don't think we looked at it like we needed that to sell dogs, because we made it clear that we weren't open to the public. So our goal was never to utilize their titles or what they did to boast our ability to sell dogs. I always felt like what a dog did in the box, they earned that title, regardless of who those other 3 people or 5 people or 6 or 7 or 8 people were. Regardless of what it was, we could say our piece and have, we're going to have our different conversations. Oh, they didn't fight shit. Oh, they this and all that. But one thing you couldn't take from them was the fact that when they earned that title through the American Sport and Dog Journal, that was a high honor, because nobody, regardless of Jack, took it and you followed all the regulations to earning that title, then he didn't have no problem giving you that recognition. So understanding just that part was kind of like, maybe that's why guys did it the way they did it, because, that was an honor to be recognized through such a high honor based on what you had to go through to get it. So I looked at it as, regardless of how they got it, the fact that they got it, that dog and that kennel deserved their recognition. So we already know what that feels like, because we hear the Jeep, the Red Boys, the Maydays, the Bucks, and all them dogs. We all know that those were all box dogs of the historical, legendary dogs of our past, fellas, our past. Now, imagine, just from my standpoint, understanding my past, if I was to take away all the champions and the grand champions, PORs and register of merits, that brings the field back to a level playing field. Now when you pick up the pedigree, it's all black. Okay. There's no titles. There's no merits. It's just a dog's name in the kennel on a piece of paper. Now, starting right there, because of that, do you guys, and I don't know if you're young or old, but I'm saying, if it was to be like that, do you think it would change, the outlook of the respect of the bloodlines? That's kind of where I'm trying to go with the poll, because at that point, titles and merits, when they don't matter, does that change your outlook on your breeding program? Because I haven't been around this, don't forget, you guys, I told you, we're going to be in the DMV for to judge a dog show. So it's not like I'm trying. I'm really trying to become a part of that community, because first of all, it was offered to me, and because it was offered to us to do that, we're going to take advantage of it, simply because, we're not stuck to just one thing. you know, we've been around these dogs long enough, and I look at something, I'm gonna look at something before we, you know, and we're doing the judging. You know, me and him gonna talk about it. So for us, it's gonna be what I consider fair on our part, because you know that's two heads that's gonna come to a decision. So it's something that we have never done. As far as this is a new experience, but yeah, we're willing to put it to the test, because again, it's about the love of the dogs and trying to be a part of what is supposed to be what the future is going to look like. So it's not that we just sit back and we talk shit about it. No, we actually try to adapt. But when I hear people, you know, utilizing, you know, the titles and the merits to sell dogs, I'm wondering how long does that last? Because when, put it like this, when we were doing the American, the journal, Sport and Dog Journal, everybody who was a part of that community over there was a reason why you're seeing a lot of guys selling dogs, a lot of guys, reporting their matches, a lot of guys, getting their dog certificates in the book and sent to you, something that you can hang on your wall. That's what that was all about. Okay. So if we could give those titles the same recognition to the new way of titling these dogs, like show dogs. Remember, I'm not familiar with how that works, or how many titles, how many you got to win to be considered a champion. Does ROM thing still work as far as when it comes down to competition, say confirmation champion, and he's breeding his dog and he's producing these great looking dogs. Does he get titles, some type of merit for being able to create these great show dogs? Because they did it with horses, and I'm pretty sure you can do it with dogs, but I'm still stuck on how the community will be able to deal with that, simply because not everybody, is trying to make it to every ADBA, ADBR show. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of like, how do they do that? So I'm just trying to feel my way around and understand how that works, because with all of us in the arguing and back and forth about how a dog is bred, if it's not bred like it is, and all them things, I'm trying to understand, if you're trying to do the right thing, why would that matter? Understand my point where I'm coming from, because I come from a whole different era. So for me, we see and look at this community as far as if that makes us old, because we come from that part of that part of the game. A lot of the guys that we've had on our show, a lot of the books you read speak of that time period and long before our time. Does that classify us as like we don't fit in, or we don't know enough, or has the game changed that much to where there's just new thing to where the champion and grand champion and the merits, it don't matter? So I'm saying, I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt, but then how come every time you look around, you hear people throwing titles and merits around, and who and how they produce in the process of selling these dogs? I have yet to see anyone on Facebook, YouTube, anybody come to the forefront and say that they have a champion competition dog that is responsible for the breeding, the creation of other championship competition conformation dogs. Whether it be conformation, running up a wall, treadmill, I've just never seen it. So as a selling point, I'm just trying to understand how that works. And I feel like the only way to understand it is bring it to the community, because there's a lot of names out there. And let me get back to my names, because I don't want to forget, get too far out of the pocket to where I get behind on the names. But let me give this shout out right quick to, let me see here, who's new in here. Big shout out to my man, Mr. Johnny Rockets in the house. My man Johnny says, champion, grand champion, PROM is the map. If you breed, follow these marriage, you might have a shot at the box. I'm just talking from way back in the bus. Well, that's where I'm at, John. John A. I'm way back there. No, I'm actually driving this damn bus. But again, we already know that part. I don't think I need to be trying to school anybody, because that's the situation. If you don't know what was responsible for grand champions, or what register of merit, that means the ROM, and the POR, producer of record, those things had, they carried a lot of weight. Because if every dog could be able to do those things, I think everybody would have been able. After all the years I've been in this game, everybody, they just wasn't as fortunate as others. Now, it was okay. Yeah, you could get one out of the deal, because hell, just getting one was a hard enough task. But to be able to create more than one, that's a person that was on to something. They got a little bit more clout when it came down to what they did and how they did it. So, like Johnny Rocket said, we way in the back of the bus with this conversation. My man Breakum, I see you, fam. Breakum says, you want a box dog, you need a box dogs to make them. Good point. Breakum. That right there is saying a whole lot, because there's nothing that you can argue when it comes to that point. At some point, you're going to have to find your way. Now, I'm talking from my point of view, because I lived in the past. So I understand what it took to make a champion and the grand champion, the ROM and the POR. So it's not that anybody got to explain that part to me. I have bred these dogs. We have created champions. Our line consists of grand champions and registered marriage and PORs. And not just in our hands. And other people were able to take our dogs and do the same thing as we could. So understanding that, yeah, I can truly tell you there's not one that I might know of that got those dogs and didn't do what we did. Not a one. I can sit here and tell you that they bred them dogs and started selling them, as if, they didn't know what they were selling. Everybody that I can truly say they put their hands, actually got a dog off that yard, boxed those dogs. And when they boxed those dogs and those dogs accomplished the things that they accomplished, they did the same thing we did. They bred those dogs to create their own box, dogs to where, they didn't have to go out and buy. I guess that was a thing for us back then, Why would I be buying when I can create my own? I don't know. Some people, this game consisted of many type of people. Some people went out and bought some of these great dogs and took them and put them to work. Some people, they just did it and it was their thing. We always talk about Floyd Boudreaux, Maurice Carver, and David Tant, and Crenshaw, and I mean, Schoolboy knows, Fat Bill knows. They have podcasts. They know, Rastaman and them, they know. I mean, their conversations really don't sound any different than the conversations we have. We just have a line of dogs that we can sit here and talk about, and we know enough people that we can talk about their success, because if we don't talk about them, you guys wouldn't even know who most of these people are. So we try to give you a different outlook based on our experience and just what we learned along the way. See, for us, there was nothing that was impossible when it came down to dealing with these dogs. Not when I'm around a bunch of people that's doing and creating their own thing. Remember, that's how we came up. There was, like I always tell y'all, when we got into these dogs, there was a time that we was just as green as you guys. You knew starters. The ones that just come in, you don't know jack shit, but you just want one. I just want to try this. Yeah, we used to be them too. Now, did we become lucky? Or did we just become grateful that we had the opportunity to be around good dog men that were willing to share their information and their knowledge to help us succeed? Because you never ever not hear Mo always tell you that he is at the bottom of a totem pole to consist of what we consider legendary dog men for our time. When we put them people on that list, that means these were people who were doing dogs back in our day, who earned every bit of the reputation that they got doing what we was trying to do. And I give that respect and those shout outs to those type of people. That don't take nothing away from the people that we don't know. Remember, we don't know. We never said we knew everybody in the game, but we knew enough of the major ball players that know that game was a tough game to win in. And if you was running in what we considered the fast lane and you were able to, just get in and win, let alone win 3, let alone produce a ROM or a POR. I mean, we have plenty books to tell you about all the dog men and how they all started. And I guarantee you, every last one of them started out like us, started out like you. They just didn't come in kicking the door down. That shit took years. And so now I'm in this new age thing and I'm sitting back, just checking this shit out, not trying to step on nobody's feet. But I hate to hear that bullshit about, you old motherfuckers need to go sit down somewhere because it's a new world. This is a new thing. Well, goddamn it, y'all better start telling me real quick what this new shit look like and what it's supposed to be. Because the majority of the people that's out there talking and running that damn mouth, I ain't seen, too many of them show up at no dog shows. And I try to keep up on all the dog shows. I remember we have little, communication things to where we know what goes on in the competition world as far as competition shows. I mean, I support competition shows. We had competition shows back in our day. I keep trying to tell y'all that competition shit, as far as the wall climbing and treadmill and weight pulling, that shit is not brand new. Some people did that, and then other people did what we were doing. That and never had a problem like we was knocking what they were doing over there. And it was never an issue because there was many box dogs that became competition champions just as well as champion box dogs. So for me to sit here and try to tell you, oh, you a competition dog, you ain't shit. Well, that's bullshit. That is bullshit. Because there was many guys who walked in that competition world and climbed over them 4 walls, many of them. And never looked at the other dogs that was around them and shitted on them. Never disrespected them. I never ever seen disrespect from a box person talking shit to a person that is in a competition show. I never seen that, fellas. So don't look at me when I'm having my conversations and talking about this and sitting back saying, you know, just because they over there climbing walls and running treadmills, that them ain't, you know, they have to be lesser of a dog than the ones that's, you know, than the people that's climbing over the wall, because I never felt that was true. Because what about the ones who were in the box who was going into their world? We fit in that world too. Not always felt like because we were coming out of the box world and stepping into their world, we had a little bit of an edge, because most of the people that knew, you know, even in their world, they knew when a champion dog was stepping into their world. They knew it. That was almost like an honor for them to see what one actually looked like based on what they had already bought there. For me, yeah, I kind of believed that we always had some type of edge. I never tested it out to see, but for those who knew a little bit like I knew, they can testify to the fact that most of the dogs that came out of the box that went into competition world, they got kind of the green light, because that brought more light to what they were doing in their world. So of course, some of them got those titles over there in that world to help boost the recognition of what they were doing. But wasn't nothing wrong with that. You know, most people want to know and see what a good box dog looked like in a competition world. Think about, hell, Mayday was a damn competition champion. I think it was competition grand champion shit. Because every time he pulled up and into those type of competitions, he won. Because why? That was the great Mayday. Well, hell, what made Mayday great? Was it them 5 winners, them 5 wins? Or was it what he was up? Was it his ROM status? Being I was never one of the judges to be able to say how he did it, but I could imagine, just based on the stories, you know, that it was an honor for him to even be in a competition show. And unlike Mo, he could name many more, and some of you guys out there could name many more, but there's been a lot of box dogs who have crossed over. Remember, we kept our competition cards. Yeah, our competition ADBA cards. So I don't understand when I hear people say old dog man, we all washed up. I don't understand them kind of comments, because I'm still stuck on the fact that when I hear people talk like that, show me what you're talking about when you say this new shit. Because I want to understand, when I hear new means something brand fucking new. Nothing, I mean, this competition shit is old to me. We had choices back then. We was going to be either doing that, or we're going to do this, or we're going to do both. We had the opportunity to do whatever the fuck we wanted to do with the dogs. I'm just trying to understand, when you shit on the old, I'm trying to understand what the fuck are you doing that's so brand new? Like, I need to be taught what that new look like. Well, if I'm talking about competition, outside box competition, I'm thinking it's the treadmill, the confirmation, the running up walls, the weight puller. That's what I'm thinking about. I'm just trying to understand what the hell do new mean? I know the digital dog show is new. That's new. But I'm trying to understand what else. Is there something else that I'm missing? And then in the process, and I'm listening, I'm trying to understand, okay, why do I keep hearing these Alpha champion so and grand champion so and so? Well, these are still old dogs. So if we trying to do what's new, then why should them titles matter? Why should the bloodline matter? Is there something I'm missing here? If you take all the shit of old out of this, what's left? Because that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to say, well, let's take away, we in 2025, 5 years from now, 10 years from now, we can't be walking around and screaming title dogs, in a world of where the game is illegal. How did that dog get titled? Well, back in my day, a title dog, basically you could tell a title dog because you're going to find them in the Sport and Dog Journal and all that other shit. But then we still did have in the Sport and Dog Journal, it did have competition shows. I showed y'all that too. Even in Fat Bill's book, the American Game Dog Times, he still had competition dogs in his book. And there were other books like the ADBA, which was strictly for competition dogs. That shit ain't new. That's old. That's still old. I'm trying to understand this bullshit about what's supposed to be new. You know what I'm saying? It shouldn't matter if Mayday has straws or not, or if Big John has straws or not. That Big John shit, it just kind of threw me for a whirl because the fact that I heard somebody talking about they had, Big John sperm, and people fell for it. That's just like when I heard somebody say they had straws off Jeep. People fell for it. Okay. Is that now? Why does that happen? Is that due to lack of knowledge? What if you don't know nothing about Jeep? You have no idea who the fuck Jeep was, but now you're just saying the name because the other people around you keep talking about Jeep blood, and all of a sudden you just want to be the one that got Jeep blood. Okay, I don't understand how that works either because Jeep been dead. But so why would it matter what kind of blood he got if he's in a confirmation show? Now I can see that working if you got that $1 million bully, they got out there, clone bully. I did look at that, and I think I did speak on that. I seen a clone bully that was worth $1 million, and he actually did look just like the dog that he was supposed to represent. He looked just like him. If that's what cloning does, then that worked for them. But what was it about that clone dog that made that dog to be, where they wanted to clone that dog and make that dog special to where the clone dog was $1 million? Well, one of the things I did notice, the dog that was cloned, they was trying to clone, it was a beautiful dog and it won many confirmation titles, bully titles. That makes sense for me. And I can't remember his name, but I think we just talked about this dog, but I could see, that could be a very expensive investment for anybody who for me, that's a shortcut. You're going, you want to really produce some shit. Yeah, you have a bad motherfucker. That's like reproducing, recloning Mayday. We should never, ever run out of Mayday. And we just keep cloning and they all keep coming out like Mayday. If everybody could pull out that, at what point does that clone Mayday become boring to us? Let's go to something new. Is there anything out there that could be better than Mayday clone dogs? Is that what it looks like 10 years from now? I don't know. But I'm just saying, a clone Mayday, would he be like the real Mayday? Confirmation wise, yeah, he cut. I mean, based on the bully shit that I seen, confirmation wise and looks and body build, all that was there. It was there. It looked just like the motherfucker. I mean, it's a clone dog. It looked just like the original. But that's all it did. Now, if you're trying to tell me about a clone Mayday dog, I'm going to be asking a little bit more questions because I've had the opportunity to see Mayday go a couple times. So it's not been around the dog. I've seen the dog's attitude. I've been around a lot of Mayday dogs. Now, I'm just wondering, just because it's clone, will that mean it's going to act like him? It's going to have that crazy like him? Is they going to have that ability to produce like him? Because that's the world I come from. And those are the questions I'm going to need answered. Because I would really like to know. I never got answers to that yet. Now I can understand why in the bully world, because it was all about looks. It wasn't about shit else. I can't tell you how the old dog, the original dog, his temperament was, or how he was around people, because that wasn't the point they were pushing. They was pushing the looks. So I can agree to understand why it would be worth $1 million. You know, but I could see that only working in that world. Which means that same dog would have to go out and be able to produce the same confirmation titles that the original one did. And based on what I seen, I couldn't understand why it couldn't, because it was one beautiful built bully. I ain't taking nothing away from what the clone looked like compared to the original, because they look the exact same. So hats off to that situation. And damn right, if it was worth $1 million, I could see it's every bit worth that $1 million, because you just produced something that was great in that world, and you just showed that it can be done again, just based on the way it looked. But I don't think that would have worked in this world over here unless you actually put it to the test. You know, that clone dog, Mayday dog, I ain't seen Mayday now. I need to see. Is he gonna be like Mayday? How real is he to being another Mayday? Remember, this is not like we pulling straws. This is cloning. And, you know, last show was about cloning, so I'm still stuck on how far does that cloning go when it comes down to the game American Pit Bull Terrier. Does the titles and merits really truly matter in this new world? It seems like everybody's, you know, pushing. I don't know. I mean, I say pushing because I'm still trying to figure out what you're doing in what we consider this new world. I mean, we doing this new thing. I don't understand what that new thing is, but I'm up to trying to understand what it means. You know, as far as new. I always told y'all we have never been a fan of training pit bulls for guard dogs. That's just our opinion. We just not know anybody's being able to say that, because one damn thing for sure, I'm hoping that I ain't never seen nobody ever put that to the test, but I'm hoping that y'all truly understand that we are really dog trainers. Okay, we fought pit bulls, but then I did tell y'all from day one, we were dog trainers. We train protection dogs. We train guard dogs. So we're not dumb to what it means to train a damn dog. And half of the ones that's out here talking and thinking they know what it, we don't do tricks. We're not the ones that be out here trying to have a dog walk up a wall or do nothing else. Obedience is always our first priority before we even train a dog for protection. He has to be obedient to every command before we even start down that guard training road. So and that's something else. When Mo said and I said, we don't train with treats, fellas. We don't train with clickers, fellas. We train the old-fashioned way. We obedient train our guard dogs. Which means with no treats, no clicker, no little play toy, nothing but command. Now we train them to the point to where the command, we don't even have to say nothing. We can just signal. That's how good we are. So it's not like we can't have that conversation. Don't talk about shit you don't know what you're talking about. No, I don't never talk about shit that I don't know what I'm talking about. I talk about this shit because I know. I listen to the shit, but I watch how other people do their shit. But guess what? It's not like I'm new to that shit. I'm old. I'm more older to the dog guard training than I am to the bulldog shit. I was doing guard training before we even got in the bulldog. So no, don't act like we don't know what the fuck we be talking about, because we know what we talking about in that aspect. And if I say there's a reason why we don't guard train fucking pit bulls, then why can't that just be we just don't want to do it? I got Doberman Pinschers, Rottweilers, King Corsos, them Argentino dingoes, whatever they call them. You got all these type of dogs that you could train to do all the protection that you want. Why would I fuck up a breed like a pit bull to do something that I could have other dogs doing and actually be better than a pit bull? Being the owner of Malinois, I think a Malinois, has just as much attitude and aggression on a human being than a pit bull has on another dog. A grand champion pit bull have on another dog, when I'm dealing with a Malinois, because the average human is not going to be able to deal with this hard charging, crazy ass Malinois that I turn loose on your ass. You can fight him all you want, but can you win? And I'm taking it from my point of view of looking at what I think a guard dog is supposed to do. A protection dog is supposed to guard you and take care of you, protect you by all means necessary. You can punch him, you can kick him, you can shoot the gun, but as long as he can get up and go, he's going to keep coming. Okay? So, we're pretty well, trained on that situation. So I don't want people to use that bullshit as an excuse, especially when we speak on it, because I don't want nobody to slip up and say, oh, we don't know what the fuck we talk about, because you don't want to put what you know against what we know. Because I can show you better than I can tell you. Because I'm always been up for show long before I start talking about telling you any goddamn thing. I can show you better than I can tell you. Now you just give me the same respect. Shut your mouth and show me what you're doing. Because that right there is almost like talking rules the world now. But talking never ruled this community. As far as, my experience in it. Talking never ruled the community, because there might have been a lot of talking, but it was a whole lot more, climbing over that wall than it was talking. Because most of those talks were settled climbing over the wall. Because in the end, you might have all the excuses in the world why you lost and how you lost, but the fact is you lost. So you can figure out how you're going to tell everybody that you lost. You remember that old Samuel Bohr said, oh, he rubbed me, or, something else went wrong, or somebody screamed and the dog got spooked. It looked the other way, and before you know it, count of 10 came, and that's how he lost. Remember, we got a whole bunch of stories. There are many, many different ways the dogs have quit in the game that I come from. Many different ways. But it never took away from the fact that the dog lost. A loss is what it is. It's a loss. So we have to accept it. But when it comes to confirmation shows, wall climbing, weight pulling. All right, let me take the weight pulling. Let me start there. There's no way that you can scrutinize a judge's decision or anything when it comes down to weight pulling when it's all about performance. These American Pit Bull Terriers are great performers, fellas. They are some of the most strongest dogs, pound for pound, in the world. But if you was to really sit down and say, I'm going to create a great weight pulling dog, I would think you would go out and find out what's the weight of my dog and what record do I need to go after to break as far as weight pulling. And that's what I would work on from right there. I got a 44-pounder, nice, big, and strong, cock dieseled up. Been training him 1.5 2 years. He's ready. I'm going to put him in that weight class, and I want to know. And that's the hard thing about the weight pulling, because they got to build up. It ain't like they just coming right in and they're going to be snatching on the world record. No, he going to have to put on some work to get to that weight to go after that world record. No different than them people who be in the Olympics and they be lifting them weights. For that day, you're going to just be like everybody else. Y'all going to start here and y'all going to work up. That's a whole lot of damn work, man. How much can that body take? That's why, when you're doing any type of workout, you have to build up to a certain weight to maximize, your workout. You got to be consistent with it. Well, dogs work the same way. But if I was going to be trying to create a dog that I'm going after the world record as far as the strongest pit bull in the world, literally the strongest pit bull in the world at 40-something pounds. That's a title. That's a title that they're going to have record of. This dog pulled this. So it ain't no motherfucking way that you can walk around and talk about, no, he didn't, because in order to be recognized as the strongest dog in the world, unless you got another dog that's 40 pounds who can come in and be able to do what that dog did, he is still going to be considered the strongest dog in the world. Now, if you want to get in a competition and prove that you're going to have the stronger dog, then you're going to have to prove it. Remember, those things you got to be able to prove by doing. Confirmation shows, I always feel like there's a little bit of bias in it, simply because, some people be like, all right, so-and-so, he always at the ADBA shows, and all the known kennels always seem to win the ADBA shows. Well, I told you a long time ago how I felt about that. But here I am going to have an opportunity to judge a show coming from the world that I come from, and I still feel like I'm going to be fair, because it's still going to be based on what I feel like looks good. Now, me and Mo might not agree on that when we're looking at a bunch of dogs, because we're both judges, but only one vote's going to matter, and we both have to agree on that. So that's why, I feel like, y'all hear how we do up in here. I don't give in to him and he don't give in to me. But in this situation, we're going to have to agree on something, which we have been able to agree on things that are important in our life, and we're both doing it. But that's still where I know that we don't have to worry about being biased. Even as being ex-dog fighters, we don't have to worry about being biased, because one damn thing we know what a good looking conditioned dog's supposed to look like. Now people, when they try to give me that little piece of paper about the standards of what an American pit bull look like and how it's supposed to act, that ADBA thing. Okay, I can get all that. I hear all of that, but guess what, fellas? I've been around enough of these American pit bull terriers based on their breeding and how they're bred, and I've seen some nice built, beautiful pit bulls. And I'm talking about some match dogs, beautiful bodies, hellified attitudes. I mean, to me, Tornado she was like carved out, like the gods just made her. You ever seen pictures of Tornado, man? That was every bit of a damn bulldog. Maybe that's why she was able to win 10, because a lot of the way had to do with the way she acted. But it never, damn the way she acted. The fact is, you didn't have enough of what it took to beat her, which means that body, that beautiful built, crazy attitude, damn the flaws. She had more pros than she had, cons, that it took 10 people to try to do something with her and they couldn't. It might be a little bit of that, from my point of view, because I know a couple of people I felt like they had some shit to put that shit to the test. But that's just my opinion. But it does not take away from her greatness. Just like Mayday. I can't take nothing away from his greatness. Just like, let me say Jeep. Jeep was a better producer, y'all, than he was a match dog. I don't care how many of y'all, y'all hear this, but then guess what? I truly believe if they had bought Angus would have killed Jeep like he killed everything else. He was a champion killer. That's my opinion. Y'all ain't got to agree with it, but I'm just saying. Considering Homer was a good dog, you had two good dogs, but we all know, just there's enough stories out there to tell you how it wound up. But I just don't think it would have been the same thing if they had bought Angus. That's all. But it's them kind of stories that when you sit back and you look at them, and we can come up with all these different what ifs. Okay, what ifs? They don't mean shit. So you have to go back and deal with the what is. And what it is Jeep beat Homer, period. Bottom line, regardless of how it looked, what it was, the fact is 3 hours or something, and Homer didn't make it. Jeep lived on to have a registered American career. Now, is it because he was champion Jeep? Was that good enough? It should have been good enough because he was a champion. But the fact he was champion Jeep and at the top of the registered merit list of all time goes to show you that he was a great producer. That's like secretariat to me. For y'all who don't understand in the horse racing, again, I said that's like secretariat to me. Triple Crown winner. Baddest horse to ever live, Big Red. In 2025, it was 23 horses in the Kentucky Derby, and in all 23, don't get me wrong, could have been 24, 23, 24 horses, however many it was. Every horse that was in that race, if you put up their pedigree, you're going to find Secretariat in their pedigree. In 2025. And I know damn well Secretariat, I was a kid when I seen Secretariat win the Triple Crown. And then after he won the Triple Crown, he came back and run one more after that. I can't remember. That was the Breeders' Cup. I think it might have been the Breeders' Cup, but that was the greatest horse I had ever seen in my life, as far as, watching him on TV and just following along when he first started that, that hype began. My parents they was big into horse racing. So as a kid, we used to go what they call, for all my DMV people, y'all remember in West Virginia, it used to be called Waterford Park. It's called Mountaineer now. But Waterford Park used to be thoroughbred racing. Every weekend, we were on every Saturday. My parents used to load us up in our Vista Cruiser station wagon, and we would ride all the way to West Virginia to Waterford Park, and we would be there all day, and I just remember running around picking up tickets. And I remember we found a ticket that it was a winning ticket, and somebody had threw it away and had left, and we have found this ticket, and we used to always take it back to my parents. And, being they had that program and that list, and they looked at the race and said, this is the winning ticket. Where you find it? I found it down there. And it was like $2,500 winning ticket, and somebody had threw it down. So that's what me and my brothers and sisters used to do, while my parents used to get into the betting. For all my people in the DMV are familiar with that place called Waterford Park, which is now still Mountaineer, and they still do thoroughbreds from the last time I checked. But this is how I was into these type of things, where I'm not stupid to it. I grew up around it. Like I grew up around these dogs. Like I was a part of the game, where I'm clearly understanding, okay, you're taking your knowledge and you're applying what you did in the training situation, and you're bringing it over here into what we call the dog fighting world. What is our training going to do over here, being that we don't have to train these damn dogs to fight? For people who say that you have to train a pit bull to fight is crazy and really don't know what they talk about. So you can say that shit to the average person who don't know no better, but don't say that shit to a dog person who know better. Because a real dog, man, American pit bull dog, terrier dog, man, if you got to train that motherfucker to fight, then you don't need that piece of shit. There has never been one that we felt like we had to train how to fight. How many of y'all ever had litters that by the time they 8 weeks old, that's 2 months, you got to start separating them? See, on Facebook, I be watching that shit, and they think that shit is cute. Well, all puppies fight. Well, that is true, but guess what? These mugs right here, they pack animals. And one go down, guess what? They're all gonna they're all getting in on the action. And if you understand dogs, you're supposed to prevent that from happening. You don't let that happen. To me, that's cruelty. I'm sorry. That's cruelty. Because you're letting it happen. But remember, now let's keep in mind, look how old that blondie litter was when we could take them and put them over there. Buck Rogers and them. when we could take one of them and put them in corners and then let them go. We didn't train them how to do that. We didn't train them how to do that. Remember, at this point, we have control over that. But imagine what it would have looked like if we had them all in the pen and that madness, you know, we wasn't controlling the madness. Remember, the controlling in the madness was take them away from each other. You know, eventually just start putting everybody on chains. You know what they're going to do automatically. Didn't have to show them how to do it. Just all you got to do, you stand over there and I'm going to stand over here and just let them go. That's all that was. You let them go. Let them see. 8 weeks. I would say there was about 8-9 weeks. Well, this is the results. You didn't hear nobody getting killed or none of that. I think when Lil Mayday broke Brat's leg, you know, I think there was about 7-8 months. And that was something that just happened, not paying attention. You know, just not paying attention. I think at the time, I think Earthquake was around, and he was the people biter. So I think, you know, lost paying attention, and then you had that yard accident, and then he only bit her one time, and it just crushed her leg. I mean, you could see if you look in the Mayday picture when Bread the Mayday, look at that left leg. When Lil Mayday bit her, it didn't just crack the bone in one place. It bit where his mouth closed at, on the top and the bottom. It's like a section, and it never, you know, even though we got it taken care of, but you can tell, you know, just look at her legs. You could tell which one was broke like that. But at no time did we ever felt like, I mean, ever, and have I ever known anybody who ever had to train a pit bull to fight? That was just something they done by nature. So how do you, I mean, you're going into the now is this part of this new thing that I'm hearing about. I mean, how do you deal with that? Okay. Remember, look how many people I know have these dogs, and they're house dogs. They're pets. Their loyalty stayed the same. Really, their aggression never went anywhere. They just grew up in a different environment. People become comfortable with them, you know. But then there's so many mistakes that are made because people forget what the hell they really are. How are you letting your 2 pit bulls out of an 80-year-old woman? How does that happen? That part right there. How are your dogs outside of your yard chasing people up and down the street and end up killing a kid? Tell me, how does that happen when we're talking about a damn pit bull? As the owner, you're responsible. The dog is not responsible based on it's a pit bull. I mean, come on now. Have we forgotten that? Have we gotten so involved in this new thing that now all of a sudden, like I was talking about the lady today, you know, she never had to worry about that situation. She had, just like I do, I have a little bitty dog that's running around to give people more hell than my big dog does. But I am responsible enough to know when my little dog is going off, my pit bull becomes totally under my control, because it only takes her to do, the little one to do some dumb shit before that one goes off. And I don't want to be with that little one. Can't do the damage that this bigger ass female will do. And that's why I bring her under control immediately. Because I'm not going to play stupid to what I know what I have. I know what I have. Do you think that these people would let their dogs have that kind of freedom, knowing that they would go kill somebody? No, nobody does that intentionally. Only way that happens is because, you know, I never knew that. They never act like that before. okay. But when it comes to the court of law, that's still no excuse. What makes it worse? It's a pit bull. How could you not know that? Okay. Y'all see where I'm going with this? Because I'm still trying to figure out what's the new. I haven't figured out that new shit yet, because what I'm hearing new now is that the reason we having all these killings now because it has been brought to the forefront about the loyalty and the companionship these dogs will give you, but you still acting like, you know, the purpose is supposed to be gone, and it's not. It's not. So is this the how do you breed them and be able to breed that trait away? I mean, how does that work when you still run around talk about champion off of champion so and so and grand champion so and so? How does that work? How does that work when you're taking dogs off of grand champion so and so and champion so and so ROM and little puppy out here about year and a half, and he goes and kills somebody else's dog. He kills somebody else's dog. You're responsible for that happening. You know that, right? You got to go clean up your shit. You're probably to lose a dog. And then I'm wondering, how could you let that happen? Come on, y'all see a lot of that on YouTube, TikTok. You see them pit bulls getting loose and just going, or some, just smashing in somebody's shit. Or you see the little bitty dog run over there and you trying to grab the pit bull away, but sorry for the little dog, you got too close and he gets snatched up. But then everybody's screaming at the big dog because the big dog is crushing the little dog. But then wait a minute, why ain't the big dog on the leash? Because you don't see that pit bull standing over there. Just because I'm walking down the street with this pit bull don't mean he's going to be a nice pit bull. Your dog should be on a leash. Don't be mad at my pit bull for doing what he was bred to do. I'm sorry. My dog is on a leash. I shouldn't have to walk my dog around with a muzzle just because he's a pit bull. If my dog, which is a pit bull, has to walk around with a damn muzzle, then every dog better have a damn muzzle on when you're going to be out in public, because that's the law. You can't just pick out the pit bull and identify it as the only dog that's got to be a muzzle. Remember, they tried to do that shit, talk about you couldn't own a pit bull. I actually thought that shit was going. The Supreme Court said if whatever goes, you can't just pick one certain breed out and do that. It's got to be, when you say dog, everything in the dog category. And to me, that was fair. Don't crucify me for having a pit bull. Don't crucify all these loving families that have these dogs, just trying to do right by the dog. And I'm saying, when you hear me say do right by the dog, because not everybody who has a pit bull is a dog fighter. Keep that in mind. From the world I grew up in, I mean, I know Mo told you there's 3 dogs, we know Tornado ran around. I mean, because it's in a book. The man who owned the dog, she'd run out of the house and run amongst the dog and then run back in the house. Okay, so, but I know 2 that actually really, Grand Champion Yellow Buck, and the other one was Grand Champion Ace. 5-time killer and a 7-time killer. They could run around the yard where the rest of the dogs was and wouldn't touch none of them. So the loyalty of the dog and being around them, I'm 100%, stuck on. It's never going to be the dog's fault. It's always going to be the responsibility of the owner. So that's where I am with that. But I'm still trying to understand, okay, all this shit was happening in my time. So tell me what's supposed to be new about these dogs. Y'all help me out here. Do I need to put the link up? Because I want somebody to tell me what's new about these dogs that, you know, Going Hard Mike and Mo, we missing it. Now, I just been talking, but I'm finna run back down through some of these chats right here and see what some of my people saying. I don't want to miss anybody. I see some new faces up in the house. I want to give a big shout out to the insane Honey Badger in the house. Yo, 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 what up, fam? I see ya. My man Break himself. I still very much relevant, but done much differently. Math actually matters now. All depends. I'm trying to understand the math. And you're right, Breaking Japan. You know, I think it was Japan, and I know it was one of them Asian countries that somebody came over and spent $30,000. One of the dogs, when Mo was selling dogs, he sold a dog for $30,000, and that man came and got his dog and transported everything and left and took that dog back overseas with him. Didn't have no problem doing it. Let us know he was coming, told you what he was looking for, and he actually came and he got it. So I'm not one to sit here and tell you how, you know, you crazy as hell to be selling the dog for that much. No, you sell a dog for wherever the hell you want to. This is your dog. So y'all ain't gonna never hear me sit back in here be talking shit about somebody who want to sell a dog for $3,000 and $5,000. You know, I'm only wanting to know what's a three. You know, I can tell you what a $30,000 dog was bred like. I can really tell you, but again, it was no different than anything else that was on the yard. My thing was for $30,000. Why $30,000, Mo? Well, because everything that had a title, it didn't leave our yard, from Baby to Brat to Sassy. All of them were very expensive dogs when Mo sold them to the people. For everybody who bought them dogs, who got them dogs after Mo, you know, the first time he got out of dogs trying to save his marriage, every one of them dogs that had titles got sold for a lot of money. So I am not going to be one to sit here and tell you why I'm to be talking shit about a person who wants to sell their dogs for $3,000 and $5,000. Again, I seen the Abrahams buy a 3-time champion who became a legendary champion named Queen of Hearts for $25,000. And eight weeks later, come back and get that $25,000 plus the $25,000 they lost, plus another $25,000. You know, you get way ahead. You lost 25. You lost 10. You went and spent 25. You came back and you won for 50. And then you did that same dog actually 5 more times. I think Queen was an 8-time winner. Yeah. I think they did her 5 more times, because she was only a 3-time winner when they bought her. Queen wound up being an 8-time grand champion winner. You know what I'm saying? So imagine how much money they won. So I'm never gonna hear me sit here and talk shit on what a man do with his dog and when it come to money. Some of y'all should be glad that, you know, just to be able to have one that you can call a champion should be a plus. Because I don't imagine how you can be in this game 20 and 30 years and they never had one between your legs. You know, that right there always has thrown me for a whirl. But I've known some. The new way. Pose away, duh, LOL. Just listen to the videos, even briefly. they fake and even tell you. Well, Breakum, you're right. I'm just put like this. I sit back and I just try to understand what the new way is. I'm not trying to one damn thing for sure. I can't downplay something that I don't understand. That's all. I'm not here to downplay what new means. I just don't understand. You can't talk shit on the old, and which is something is already set in stone, and then glorify something new that don't even have a meaning, that don't nobody understand. We even know what the hell, what you mean by new. So I'm lost by that. And I put that on a lot of people out here, not just one individual. I put that on a bunch of them because it seems to be a trend now. It's this new thing. So I don't know what that new thing is. My man Johnny Rocket says champion, grand champion, PORROM is the map. If you breed following those marriage, you might have a shot at the box. I'm just talking from way back in the bus. The reason I said that again, Johnny, because I need people to understand that statement right there go a long way, fam. It really does go a long way. It means a lot. That's why I wanted to repeat that, because even though I ran back across it, because that is a true statement. You hear us say it all the time. We followed behind, we copycatted behind people that we knew, and we were trying to do the same thing that they were doing. So if they was doing it and we doing it and we getting the same results that they getting, we don't have to fake shit. Eventually, at what point do y'all think we had to turn around and we couldn't call our shit Jeep Red Boy Rascal or just Mayday shit, because y'all know we had more than Mayday dogs? But what happened to just being able to call them Going Hard dogs? Is that disrespecting anybody because we did that? Because I'm pretty sure if y'all really paid close attention to the dogs that was on our yard, y'all should know we had more than just Mayday dogs. Because did anybody forget about the Yellow Buck dogs? Grand Champion Yellow Buck, Champion Mechanic, Cock Diesel, all the different champions that we have bred to. Has anybody forgot? Why do we keep hearing the Mayday shit when you know damn well we had more than Mayday dogs on the yard? I don't think anybody had a monopoly on the Mayday dogs, not even Victor. Not even Victor. How could he? All he had was Mayday. All the dogs that made Mayday was out in other people's hands. I remember when Luke Kane and Twisted was on the same yard. No, it might have been Luke Kane and Twisted on the same yard, or it was Barracuda. I know Barracuda and Twisted was definitely on the same yard. You know what I'm saying? But it wasn't too many people that had, you know, the dogs were spread it around, and they just happened to be in the right people's hand. I want to give a big shout out to my man War Eagle Yard Boy, aka Eli Monster. I see you, fam. Yo, Oat Man, what up, fam? I already gave him a big shout out to the Honey Badger, but let me put this up there. A lot of muffs don't know how to make ROM or PRR. A lot of older cats, my years in the game, you realize that the great majority don't know what the hell they doing. Mubs was arguing me the meaning of real campaigned dog. You know, fellas, now let me put that back up there. Honey Badger, you've been around here. Insane Honey Badger. A big shout out to you, fam. Now, you've been around here a while, fam, and you already know. You already know. I'm gonna put me back up here. Okay, let me put me back on there. Yeah. All right. Like this. Okay. Y'all can hear me now. Now, being in the game as long as we've been in the game, you know, I mean, I never gave two, shits about what people felt like when we started this YouTube channel. By the time we started doing this YouTube thing, a lot of people, when we first started doing this, y'all know how they was coming in and everybody had something to say. Didn't know, or they knew, or they heard, or they didn't believe. And one of the questions, who the hell you guys, who do you think they is, all that other shit. But then I sat back and I paid close attention along the way about who and the type of people that was talking that kind of shit. And so when I look at some of the older people back in the day, some of them will be able to say, I heard of them, but I just didn't know that they was black. Or some I heard of them, but I thought they was white. And I don't know what book or what you could possibly find that would be circulating in the bulldog world, being the people that we hang around with, the people we running with, and even the white people that kind of knew us, they would probably say, yeah, I know the twins, that the ones with all the pretty girls hanging around them, or the ones, the one that's loud as hell, or the one, or they, yeah, I know them, and they got some badass dogs. I've heard them conversations, but the conversation I never got in back in the day was us faking who the fuck we were. I remember back in the day where there was a time that we couldn't tell people who we were. Don't tell them. Just let us come with the weight. Because I want to play like everybody else. I don't want the competition to fear, for people to scare away. It's already like I'm running with the Abrahams, right? We doing with Eminem and McNasty and just all the fellas, and we trying to get on cards, they getting on, and all that ducking and shit. You trying to set up great nights, and see, it was very seldom we had them great nights where everybody was high end. This is top level competition. House gonna be jam packed. Okay. We just glad to be on them type of shows. Remember, Legion of Doom was one of them. The only reason, but all them great fights was going, how did the twins and them get on? Because we was in the right place at the right time with the right people and the right opportunity to put what we had at the time, which we did have a name. Remember, we dealing with Mikey and Judo and Blood and BA and Solo. Bruiser was already gone. So we've done enough damage that they giving us a chance to get on the big stage. And we just so happened to pull the Legion of Doom. So it wasn't like that they didn't know who we was. Talk is what got us in there. Talk gave us the opportunity based on the work that we had already put in. So just beating them, you already should have known that, hey, popularity just went through the roof. Because nobody would want to steal a piece of shit of a dog. Like, Judo wasn't a piece of shit. Mikey wasn't a piece of shit. We didn't never have to worry about them being stolen, just like we would have never had to worry about Bruiser being stole if he was a piece of shit. So for me, you got to take the good with the bad. Because once we got popular, and they knew them boys just ain't green. They ain't new to this shit. They came in here with these dogs. We was green as fuck, but then, hey, our dogs, based on the way these dogs bred, they couldn't tell. Well, where they get these badass dogs from there? They from down North Carolina, man. They brought them dogs up here with them. Well, ain't the twins from Akron? Yeah, they from here. They've been in the service. This is what they brought back. So yeah, I know what that feeling is like to be, considered green. Don't know what you're doing. They think. But again, it wasn't nothing we did. All we did was bring the dogs. The opportunity opened that door. The right dogs dealing with the right people was always going to bring the recognition. So I know what it feels like to have a name that you're supposed to be so bad that when they get there and they see you, they feel like they've been backdoored. I mean, told y'all this a couple of times because it happened to us a couple of times. And I never felt like we had no reason to think anybody should have been afraid of us, because we always felt like we wouldn't give a damn what you bring. Just make sure you're on weight and you there. But that really did matter to some people when it shouldn't matter, but it did. So those are the ones, if you hear me pick on somebody, those are the ones that I'd be feeling like, I know you was a pick and chooser. I know you did. I know you was one of them people. Because we used to set up shit and didn't tell them that we finna bring, a triple M dog or a mile dog. All we doing is setting it up the weights, And then all of a sudden, oh, is that the great Momo? Yeah. Y'all didn't tell me. Well, I didn't know we told anybody. We just, you called the weight, we just covering the weight. Those are the kind of things that actually truly happen, fellas. So when I see, when Insane and he speaks this, the great majority don't know what the hell they doing, because they really didn't. Because how you gonna be in the game and it bothered you because of somebody was known to have great dogs? That was supposed to be the opportunity. We were supposed to what? We were supposed to be like, because this the Legion of Doom with the great Luther and the great, grand champion Doom. We supposed to be afraid of them. I felt like that's an opportunity to see how good we was. How good are these dogs? How good are they? Let's go see. That's the competition. What is wrong with that part? Why do I have people that look at that and think, oh, you just think you big-headed? We can't be from the same dog fighting world, because that ain't the world I come from. That ain't the kind of people I was around. And for the ones that I actually seen that kind of attitude, I could see why they would have that type of attitude. I could see why, Mike didn't want to go in the pandy. I couldn't understand why you just wouldn't come out and say it. Because my brother never had a problem saying it. What was the weight? 36. I'll go any 36 out here as long as it ain't pandy. And he made that clear. I mean, he said by joking, but if it had came down to reality of it, he would have said the same thing, because we seen pandy. Why would I be going into something that I feel is unbeatable? If I was trying to prove a point that I could beat her, then yes, I would be going at her ass. But if I convince myself and I'm telling myself I'm seeing this dog and that dog is unbeatable, then I'll let somebody else try to, y'all take the deal of that. I'm not going to fuck with it. That's a bad bitch right there. She ain't nothing to be played with. I'm just telling you. I've seen a lot of them. I felt like that about Pepper before I had seen Queen. Y'all heard me tell that story. I really felt I couldn't believe that somebody had something that could beat that dog until I seen Queen. That's just one of them things. There is always going to be something that's going to be better. The thing is, are you up for the challenge to go after it? That's the dog game, man. But that's the old game. I want to see, how does the competition relate to what they call new? To where we got to be all fucked up. Then for me to be one of them fucked up people, that means all the people before me, all the people who made the American Pit Bull Terrier what it is today, all them centuries and generations all the way back, ain't none of them shit. And if I got to speak for them, I'm going to speak for them. I'm okay with that. Because there's levels to this shit. This game wasn't meant for everybody. Don't get mad at me because you couldn't fit in. It's okay to accept that you couldn't fit in. But don't be mad at me because you couldn't. That sounds like a you problem, not a me problem. You see where I'm coming from? What's wrong with us being able to stand on that? Because every dog man before us did. Because the brothers and people that I knew, they ain't had no problems climbing over that damn wall. They ain't had no problems, didn't have no shame in representing they work. See, there's not a whole lot of talking then at this point. Remember, they can come to the truth of the matter. They can get down to the matter of fact. Listen, they knew how to get to the matter of fact. Climb over that damn wall on this date at this way, and we're going to see, because in the end, we're going to have, as a matter of fact, that bitch was better than your bitch. That male was better than your male. We're going to have the answer as a matter of fact to that point. That took care of all the bullshit. You can make all the excuses you want why you lost, but guess what? It don't change the matter of fact. And the matter of fact is always going to be what happened, who won, and who lost. It's what we call the matter of fact. All that talking didn't save you. But I got to give you credit because at least you did climb over that wall. See, that's where the respect come in. Regardless how fucked up y'all think this game was or how cruel we might have been, it was a gentleman's game long before we got there. Long before we got there. And the only reason I talk about this, because I want you guys to know over here, we from a different time. We're from a different era of this game. We just share that with you and talk about it because it's something that my brother wanted to do. Because you don't hear people talking about Mau Mau. You don't hear people talk about Triple M and LaFon and all them, the many names. And I don't want to start trying to name them because I don't want to hurt anyone of them because their names should be on the tip of my tongue when they are, but I don't want to miss nobody, and I don't want to feel them because they might be on the back street listening, and I don't want them to miss it, like the Super Kennels. So y'all hear me say a whole lot of Super Kennels, then you hear me say STP, but then I'll be breaking somebody's heart if I tell you, STP had a great record, but like all records was meant to be broke, and I just happen to know Super Kennels broke that record, and I know them. Been on the show with them. So whether y'all want to hate it or not, the fact, guess what? That's still a matter of fact. But I don't never hear people saying that. I still hear people talk about what STP did. Well, that's you must not know that record was broke. That's all I'm saying. Didn't care what you feel about it and what you thought, and you're just trying to. No, that's just a fact. Don't be mad at me. You see, that's where people, It's almost like when my man, again, when you know as many people as we know, remember, y'all can't say we prejudice in any type of way because we name a whole bunch of people. Y'all seen, we know a lot of damn white, black, Mexicans, Asians, many people in this Bulldog game, fam, of all different nationalities, of all different occupations. When you've been in this game over 30-something plus years, you're just going to know a lot of damn people. And I respect that late 90s, that early 90s to all the way through the 90s to 2004. That was our run from 1981 to 2004, and then completely out of the game in 2008. That is a long time to have been in this game. So I feel like, we should be able to share our experience and don't have to lie to you about it. Share all the secrets. Tell you all the stories. Y'all talk about so many damn people, but I still don't hear the right people's names. You talk all that shit, but I don't hear all the right people's names. I can talk about, the Mau Mau's, the Eminems, the bounty hunters, the untouchables, to name just a few, because they're not all black, fellas. The Supernats, he's white. Mr. Williams was white. Ozzy was white. I'm shocked that people just realizing, Mr. Thibodeau was a black man. I've heard people, I didn't know he was black. Well, I'm sorry to break your, hurt your feelings. I didn't know that you didn't know that. But it's just the funny things after these years that when you stop and think about it, right? And let me go in here right quick before I get too far ahead of myself. Let me look at this poll. I have 59 people who took the poll. The poll question was, the history of the game, the American Pit Bull Terrier, titles and marriage were highly recognized. And this is something of the past. I have 67% that said yes and 33% that said no. Appreciate everybody. That's 70 votes out of 70 votes. I really appreciate everybody who voted. Don't stop the voting because I'm going to lead this up. Again, we had 67% yeses, 34% no's because it just updated. I'm going to leave it up there. I'm going to check back before we get up out of here. But remember, this is not a wrong or right answer situation, okay? So please bear with me and let this be known. It's not a wrong or right answer. Just share your thoughts. I threw that link up there. I don't know if it's still available. If you want to get up, just shout at me, hit that link, and I'll see you down there. Who else I got here? I'm going to hit my boy right here. My boy saying, and it's in the same Honey Badger say, they grab a half-ass school, work them down, and try their luck. Well, Honey Badger, you're from the old school, bro. You know how this works. You've been around. If it was really that simple, that's what they did because everybody thought it was that simple. Remember, everybody had a fucking bulldog at some point. I've been around a lot of damn hoods. Not just in our hood in Akron, Ohio. Anytime you travel to any city in America, for a person like me, I got to go to the hood. I'm going to the hood. I don't give a damn. Because I feel more comfortable in the hood. Because that's where I'm going to find reality at. And that's just being honest. So when I deal with all these professional lawyers and doctors and football players and basketball players and these, doctors and lawyers and these high exec type people, and they had a dog fight, do you think dog fighting had a certain type of, it was strictly for this knucklehead people out of the hood? If you really believed and thought that, then you crazy as hell, because you evidently don't know the history of dog fighting. Because if you go learn the history of dog fighting, it was a gentleman game. Back in the day, they used to wear shirt and ties like it was a big ass event. But of course, as things got, we got more modernized. We was coming in with our big Gucci jackets and big ass. We had these big ass Bugatti ass leather jackets with the big fat ass chains and shit. Everybody showed up and represent like they go to boxing matches. You see what these boxing matches in the UFC look like, how people out there hanging out. Just because they at them events don't make them no thug. Don't make them no hood rat or hood, a gangster. These can be all normal people enjoying that type of entertainment. And what made dog fighting any different? That's the part that I try to get y'all to understand. Just because we were a part of something don't mean that everybody was in it was ghetto thuggies. No, game ain't never been like that. And I hate to see people portray it like that when they say you old motherfuckers or you old people. No. Because then you disrespecting something that you either mad because you wasn't a part of it, or you are that intense on trying to feed people a bunch of bullshit, and that bullshit just don't fly long as us old people keep checking you on it. Because one thing we here to do too, don't start no shit and don't think we ain't gonna check you on it, because we ain't dead yet. There's a lot of people who don't get up here and speak the way we speak because they might be sitting on the back street, but they feel comfortable because they know Twin gonna handle it. They don't have to like what we say and what we do, but don't try to be something that you ain't, because that's something I ain't never had a problem that I had to worry about. Neither did my brother. And neither did half the other people that I was running around with. Because the only thing we probably a lot of us had in common from my standpoint, was we all fought dogs. I didn't care what they did in their personal life. I mean, how do you think people was looking at us, but then when they got to know us, they realized we wasn't no different than the doctors and the lawyers that was running around. Because you can't classify me as no hood thug. You knew me personally, you wouldn't be, I would just be a businessman. That's all. I never judge people on what they did for a living. Because if they told me I had to be a thug to be a dog fighter, I would have never been a dog fighter. That's all. I don't think my brother would have either. At the time we did get in the dogs, we were still Marines. So I don't think being a Marine had anything. We had jobs. We wasn't selling dope, or we wasn't doing nothing. We were just doing our military duty and then dealing with dogs. There's a lot of people that was in the dog game who are ex-military people. I think it was Lonzo Pratt. I think it was Lonzo. I don't know which one, but I know they was down the base the same time we was, because I remember they used to run their dog from the front gate all the way, from headquarters all the way to the gate and back, because we had to run every morning, and this guy was out running with his dog. I ended up, learning years later that guy who was running them dogs, that was the owner. I think it was Termite. shocked. But then that takes me back to damn Lambeer, based on Sheriff Powell out of Pittsburgh. Remember Powell, Sheriff Powell was he was a sheriff, but he was also a Marine before he became a sheriff. So his relationship with the people that was in Pennsylvania, well, they were actually stationed at Camp Lejeune together, so they had the relationship. So everything always led to some type of relationship. So one thing I've always learned, I never classified a man based on his occupation when it came to these dogs, and shouldn't no one else, because we have the UFC and we have boxing, we have many sports out here, and some of these are violent sports. But should you knock somebody because they like to see somebody getting their head knocked off? No, it's a sport. No different than the UFC and boxing. Now, we might call dog fighting illegal, but then depends on the person who doing the looking. Because I never looked at it like I was being cruel. Does that make me wrong? It probably does. But I wasn't the only one that was wrong. So I'm not going to sit back and then piss on everybody else because of what somebody else feel like. I just looked at it. We all just had the same problem. How about looking at it that way? It was just a whole bunch of us that had the same problem. So to be a dumbass all of a sudden, to be, we was full of shit and all that other shit, I don't never get that, because again, if you ain't never been in it, it's easy for you to say, but I'm trying to figure out why you over here in this community. Because maybe you're just in the wrong place. Just maybe this ain't your place that you need to be in. You need to try something new. Let me get back down here to my board right quick. Insane. Honey Badger said, so, do this title matters personally? Yes. But outside myself, hell no. They want to make a champion, grand champion. Dogs wear that title. Granted, you did what you supposed to do, but you don't take the credit. Well, but you already, I've commented on Honey Badger shit, and sometimes it don't, I don't, there's nothing I can say to that. If you read it, it just speaks for itself. So do titles matter? Personally, yes, they do matter, Honey Badger. So that means me and you in total agreement to that. But outside myself, hell no. They don't want to make champion, grand champion, and not the dog. They wear the title. Granted, you did what you were supposed to do, but you don't want to take the credit. See, here's my thing on that. In this game here that I come from, I think everybody's goal, and I'm just taking it from what I learned and why we were so stuck on it. We were trying to create, first things first, you got to be able to create a champion. Let's just get one off the way. Let's just go after the one. Let's try to make one, because it was so hard to do. Remember, Mikey got up to be a two-time winner, got stolen. Judah was a two-time winner, one-time loser, got stolen. Bruiser, two-time winner, got stolen. Blood, BA, they didn't make it even after the damage. Those are two-time winners. Now you in Ohio, and you're looking at the situation like, hold on. You notice how things changed for us once we got in Ohio. Off the bat, we lost with judo. So you already know we had to learn a lesson even then. That game that we was in North Carolina was totally different than what we were walking into. Look, it was so much we didn't know. So there's no way we was going to mess up Blood and BA or Solo. Judo was the best thing that was coming out of there, and we felt like we could take a chance with him. They had already stole Bruiser, but when Mikey and Dusty and all them dogs hit the scene, the knowledge was there. Now it's about making the best that we can make. So when we tell you about all the other dogs prior to them, and he shows you a whole lot of them. I'm talking about the Boscos and then the shit right off of Rascal and Rascal Jr. So yeah, we had a lot of great bred dogs. But guess what? So did a whole lot of other people. And see, that was the hard part. Just because what you think is good might not be good to somebody else, but if you're ever in doubt, just go over there and go into them. You'll find out. Take it on the chin. How many times you're going to lose before you feel like it takes you to get it right? I'm not one of them hard-headed people that are going to keep losing and losing and losing and losing and losing. Before I take a loss, goddammit, that judo loss was a big time loss for us, being that we were so far off. That yeah, we took time away from doing anything but learning. But I can tell you what, when it came down to put our own shit back on the ground and we took off, we never looked back. And we're actually, and you know, I don't care how much y'all don't want to understand it or feel like I'm bragging, but think we'll fuck who had what. Never ever cared. Because you have that much faith in your animal. Say less and do more. You know, always say less and just do more. You know, I don't think people was afraid of us because of our dogs, and they sure wasn't afraid of us thinking we was two big badass people. I think they was just afraid of us because we had whooped enough ass, and they just didn't want to be a part of the next person getting their ass whooped. Because there was no other reason. I'm not 6 foot nothing. I'm not nowhere close to 200 pounds. True enough, I'm an ex-Marine. True enough, I really, truly, in my heart and my belief, I think I'm a badass. But I don't go around thinking I'm a badass and start thinking I can whoop everybody's ass. I think I'm bad enough to tell you I really ain't nothing to be fucked with. I'm going to just leave it there. Because the only way you're going to really understand what that really means is just go ahead and fuck with me. Trust me. When I'm done, you will understand exactly what that meant. But other than that, I don't boast and act like I can run around and pick on people and think I'm a bully. Actually, I try to be the nicest person in the world. And then, you know, sometimes it's just certain people you just don't want to be fucking with. I just think I'm one of them type of people. Because I am just as bad as I am as good. But I prefer to be good before I have to be bad. That's not me talking shit. That's just explaining who I am. Because you're going to hear a lot of people have a lot of different things to say about me and my brother who really, truly know us. A lot of people. Because we're pretty well known. And I hope most of the things they say, yeah, they cool, but they, you know, they ain't nothing that you want to be fucking with, though. As far as, you know, they crazy. I like that title. I want to be crazy. Because the only way you would ever known I was crazy is that you was around when I had to get crazy. You know what I mean? But other than that, I'm supposed to be the coolest person that you know. We didn't get these friendships. We didn't get a chance to know all these people. We didn't get a chance to do all the things we did by going around being fucked up to people. So I know as far as going hard, Kennels and the twins, I know we got that much right. And ain't too many of y'all can just be out there while you talking all that shit, acting like you know anything. But one thing I never see nobody do, I never see nobody pull up stories about them and they shit. But I can show you in a couple places where they could talk about the twins and our shit. Remember, this is a big game out here. You know, just to be able to be in those type of conversations or be a part of that history is a blessing to me because it was something that we wasn't trying to do or trying to be. I mean, I see stories about Eminem and Mau Mau and them, and guess what? I can go in the same book and see stories about our shit. Whether people knew we were black and white, but I know what going GHK looked like. It didn't say what color I was, what nationality we was. They just talked about us and our dogs. And I'm cool with that. Not everybody can say that. But just to be able to say that, why wouldn't I look at that as, an accomplishment? Some people might think, they hate on that because what's the only reason that you could possibly hate on that? Being I didn't write the book. I wasn't the one even writing the story. But why would you hate on me because of that? Because you ain't there. So that makes more sense because there's really no reason. There's no reason to hate on Mayday. There's no reason to hate on Victor. Really, there's no reason for me to ever hate on Fat Bill. I just don't like Fat Bill as a person, but I will never disrespect him as a dog man. I will never be on that Fat Bill level. I don't know. Some people like, man, y'all, no, y'all don't understand. And I just have to correct people. Talk about the man as an individual, but leave him alone as a dog man, because until you can reach to the levels that he has, stay away from that. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to give respect where respect is due, but I'm still a man about who I am. So disrespect me, I'll beat your ass. I wouldn't give fuck them dogs, because them dogs ain't got shit on when it comes to man shit. I think I got that part really taken care of. At 60-something years old, I ain't never had a problem doing it. I ain't never going to change who I am. And I get around with the same kind of attitude. And I can truly tell you, I don't know how it is to get my ass whooped. And that's not me bragging. That's just me being honest. Because one thing I do never feel like I should have to do, I should never have to lie about anything I've ever done in life. And the reality of it is, I don't pretend to act like I know what new is. But for the people who talk about new and shit on the old, I don't think that you have the right to talk about old if you ain't never been a part of what it meant to be in that part of the game. I'm going to respect you based on what you're doing, because you're trying to do. I mean, I'm taking you all the way back to we used to be them type of people. Everybody in this dog game, even this dog game itself, it had to have started somehow, some way, somewhere. You go back, we can have and find that. It's not going to be a whole bunch of names. But as time went on, it became a whole lot of damn names. And only the special ones stood out. What made them special? You ever try to figure out what made them special? Because at some point, sometime, you had to get off the color shit. You would have to just take reality for what it is and let me be a part of that life. I called it the New Jack. I don't know what y'all call it, but I'm going to call it the New Jack era. Because I was around when that time changed. When the Chicos and the brothers came through and started putting all that shit to the test. And that's not me bragging. That's just me telling you the facts. Just like now, for us, times change. But for that time period, did that change happen? It only happened because we got dogs in better dog men's hands, which means you didn't give them that shit. They bred that shit. You know, a lot of them white names were behind them dogs, but guess what? Like everything else, they didn't have the market cornered. They didn't have the market locked the fuck down. They didn't have controlling interest over the dog game. So don't get mad when you hear me talk about the New Jacks. And I can give you a whole goddamn long list of them damn New Jacks. and 90% of them going to be black, and the other 10% going to be white. But that was a change in time. Remember, it used to be vice versa. 90% white, I would say, in the beginning, I would say 95% white, 5% black, because a lot of the black guys who had these dogs, they were blackballed. Why were they blackballed? Because, it was the brothers who was out there doing the conditioning. It was the brothers who was sitting up there, hey, boss, that boy right there, he ready. Okay, that only lasted for so long, but I wasn't around in that time period. Remember, I walked on in North Carolina. Listen, tell y'all something. In 1980, in North Carolina, I went to a person's house to work on, I think, a washer. The person that lived at this house told me to go around to the back door because he ain't never had a black man walk in his front door. This is 1980. I graduated from high school in 1979. Went to Marine Corps. I was stationed in Camp Lejeune, North Carolina, and as my side hustle, I was doing around servicing appliances. I hadn't learned AC yet. I knew refrigeration, but my big thing was, my side hustle was fixing people's shit. And because of somebody that knew that I knew what I was doing, they sent me around in this person's house. Well, you know what? I didn't argue with that person. You know what I did? I walked around the back of the house and I went in their back door because I remember how he said it. But once I got in his house, I took care of his problem and he paid me. And you know what door I walked out of? I walked out his front door. And there wasn't nothing he could do to stop me from walking out his front door. And you know what? I learned from that situation right there. I could have been an asshole and said, if I got to walk through your back door because ain't no black man ever walked through your front door, I could have shrugged my shoulders, talked shit, and left. I ain't doing nothing working for you, and left. But no. I took that shit and walked through his back door and got his money because guess what? I write the bill. I don't need nobody to tell me how much you're going to pay me. I'm going to tell you what that just cost you. And once I get your money, I'm going to walk out that door that you said a black man never walked in it, but I'm going to be if I'm going to be anything, I'm going to be the first black man to walk out of it. And I walked right through his house and walked out his front door. And didn't have a problem doing it. So when people talk about racism in this dog game, if it was in it, okay, maybe it was. I've heard a lot of them stories. But just because it was there, it was never brought to my attention where I felt like I had to worry about my life. So I never let them people use that excuse, because if you look at our history, there's been a lot of white people in our ability in history of these dogs. We've been on a lot of their yards, fellas. So I'm never going to be one to be having to worry about and defend how I feel about racism in the pit bull game. So we're going to throw that out the window. Because now I'm still trying to say, let's get back into this thing, what we call new. Are you trying to tell me that the ADBA, is so prejudiced that only the white kennels can win? I don't believe that. Because I went to Tom Gardner's pig picking, not this last one, but the one before, and I seen whites and blacks, and I got pictures with some of the old legendaries. I don't care how many people say you took the picture with them old white racists, because I'm not a racist person. How about I just have respect for the older dog men who had some type of bearing on the game that I love and did the majority of my damn life? What is wrong with that? Never got on that bandwagon, gentlemen. Never got on that bandwagon. And I don't promote that bandwagon. I promote that bandwagon. Let's throw the color out and let's get back to what the game is all about. Your ability to produce great dogs. Don't talk shit. Be about that shit. Don't want to be. What's wrong with just being? Don't talk a good game. How about being the game? See, all the bullshit, I ain't for all the bullshit. So when I hear this new shit and fuck the old shit, well, guess what? Convince me. Because I always say it all the time. I know my brother do. See, y'all think y'all can just run around here and just say shit, but y'all know we ain't dead yet. Like Big John got straws. Oh, Lord. And how many people believe that shit? I got straws on Jeep. How many people believe that shit? But if enough people had watched our videos, right? If we could have got enough people to watch our videos, they would have known that would have been totally fucking impossible. And not because of what we heard, because we was on the goddamn man's yard. We had dogs off a Jeep. Actually, one of the last dogs off a Jeep. We had gator puppies. Remember where the dog that went in the cycle was off a gator? A bitch full of puppies with them dogs. So don't talk to us like we don't know these people. Try talking to me like, what if they do know? If what they say is true, because they showing they definitely had the dogs. Why wouldn't they know? Yeah, why wouldn't we know? It's better for us to be full of shit to help you get your shit off than to sit back and just sit there and tell you're telling the goddamn lie. Well, you know, twin, because we was on the yard. Remember, we got dogs off of Little John. We was there to breed the Big John. Big John had already been gone. That was in 2000. So how the fuck y'all having puppies off of Big John in 2001? How is that possible? I mean, that only works for people who don't know no better, but that don't work for people that still live in the know. Ain't no way in the hell you're going to have dogs off of Big John in 2001 because he was gone in 2000. So where are you going to get the straws from? Now, one thing I can truly say, because, you know, I brought this up when Mo was trying to explain to him. I said, well, what if the person who took Big John, you know, and they just actually did get some straws off of him because they knew it was Big John. But let's talk about that part. You remember when Bolio got stolen? And Indian Sonny knew Pat Patrick had Bolio. He knew that Pat didn't steal the dog, but they knew who stole the dog. But Pat Patrick never changed the name of Bolio. You know, when Art got stolen, you know, Grand Champion Art got stolen. Do you think, you know, I know what happened to Art, you know, and there's other people in this, you know, Shark Tank that know what happened to Art. There's just certain people who know. But what if, like, Art and Niggerino, those dogs, or even like Judo, what if people, well, we got a prime example of just look at Lil Mayday, aka Kunta, a stolen dog, changed his name, actually changed the damn pedigree. But the reality of it is, look at the reality. The reality is all that shit was fake. And that's not taking nothing away from the people who made him a champion. They didn't have nothing to do with, really, don't have nothing to do with them. But because they did have a great dog, they had to make something work. So they put papers on the dog. See, those little things like that should tell you that that's always been a part of the game. When Big John got stolen, don't nobody know whatever happened to Big John. Don't mean Big John couldn't have been bred to something else that could have another name. We damn near, we know Tant and Cruiser and Boudreaux, all of them had, and Carver, they all had they fucked up ways of doing shit when it came to these dogs. So we just can't say, oh, it didn't happen. I just put the possibility is don't never say never, because there's no such thing as never say never when you're dealing with these dogs. But don't sit there and try to make it like you got all of a sudden, you got motherfucking out of just nowhere in 2025, after all these years, somebody got straws off for cheap. And after all these years, you're going to sit there and try to get me to understand that of all these fucking years that somebody got straws off of Big John. See, there's certain things that just don't make sense, man. They just don't. And for people to utilize that to be able to take people's money and then think the arguing is going to change what history has already shown, I think is ridiculous, simply because all of us are not dead yet. And I know I have a whole lot of damn people in my Shark Tank and in this community that live back there in the time period, or was at some point in the 80s and the 90s, and no, ain't no way in the hell that you could possibly have straws off a Jeep or Big John if you was living in the later part of the 90s and the 2000s. The only reason Mo talks shit about, Walker Mall, because, with the years involved, and after all them years, he was always saying, how come, now we running around in South Carolina, been down through there a couple of times matching dogs, but we can never run into them. Now, how come who are they beating? Because only champions that is out there are the only ones that they on their yard, but can't nobody outside their yard create a champion. When Mo say that, he's saying that with seriousness, and he wasn't the only one saying it, because everybody was trying to get on. It's evident that, we know Crossroad opened their doors to the fast lane, and all that shit lost. All of it. Yeah, they beat us, but what they did when they let us in, they opened the door to a whole lot of other people. And I'm telling you, the floodgates came through, and all that shit lost. Yeah, we be going hard. You ain't gonna like what's coming behind it then, because everything after that quit. And that's not a made-up story. That's a true story. But these are the things that I feel like, hey, I'm not knocking people for not knowing, but what I'm knocking the people for doing is when you start talking about new, I want to know what new means. When you start talking about, fighting dogs, all that shit, cruel, and, we on some new shit. We creating some new shit. All right, I'm trying to see what that new shit is. I mean, I ain't putting down it. I just want to know what it is. Because if it's that damn good, the way you can put down the old shit to the point to where I don't have to worry about hearing no more nothing about no goddamn Jeep Rascal, no more Buck, no more Mayday, no more Yellow. I don't get that. I mean, nothing on that side of the bridge. We ain't gonna hear shit else about them. How many years you think that's gonna take? Because I tell you, I got in the game in 1980, early 80s. Came out this motherfucker in 2008. And my brother says all the time, it's a long time for the same motherfuckers to be on the top of the registered merit list. And I just look at them when I hear these kind of fucked up conversations, and I'm trying to say, okay, the list ain't never changed after all these years. And I know that's like 30, 40 years. And so tell me what the list is going to look like 10, 20 years from now. How is that going to work? Titles don't matter no more. If titles don't matter no more, Tell me what the new shit's going to look like. Am I wrong for asking? Am I wrong for wondering? Because the way you motherfuckers talking, it's like y'all got this shit all figured out. When I hear Mo motherfucking shitting on, he over there breeding shit. He ain't got shit. I ain't none of that. To me, ain't none of that shit if you ain't doing what we was doing with it to make it ROM and champion and grand champion. That's just my opinion because I come from that world. Understand what I just said? I can say that shit because I come from that world. So I'm not afraid to sit here and tell you that in that world we determined by climbing over the wall, by producing fighters. When that ain't no good no more, then we don't have to worry about that part. I can't tell you what the new shit look like because I ain't never seen what it looked like. I'm just trying to explain the fact that, hey, man, I'm on this, you know, I'm just asking what it's supposed to look like. I mean, everybody is always shitting on the old, but okay, you can't shit on the old because it's been around too long. I'm just wanting to know, stop trying to shit on the old and try to help everybody understand what the new look like. Because right now, all it look like to me is who got the biggest mouth to sell to sell their shit. That's all. And I'm not knocking what you're doing. I just think you should never have to disrespect another motherfucker for you to come up. I mean, that hating shit, that troll shit, that's bitch shit. You know, that video gangster shit, all that shit, to me, that's still bitch shit. I mean, if I find myself falling into that bitch shit, then y'all need to slap me and call me a bitch. Remind me, twin, you acting like a bitch. Because all the conversations I ever had over here, I ain't never seen nobody show up at my door. I ain't never talked about nobody's mama. I ain't never talked about nobody's kids. I ain't never talked about nobody's family. And we done had enough of shit going on around here. And I done heard everybody talk shit. But I never would lower myself to that level. Because I know in reality, if you would ever show up my door, if you live long enough to tell a story, you will definitely have a story to tell. And for whoever you told that story to, I would hope they pass around that, you know what, the twins ain't nothing to be fucking with. Yeah, they really got some big dogs and they really got some mean dogs and they got some big ass guns. So that ain't me just talking. I'm just one of them fuck around and find out type of people. I ain't even go back and forth with you. I just one of them fuck around and find out. Everybody, that's the new term nowadays. But help me figure out, just help me to understand what new means. And I ain't think I'm wrong for asking. I think I have every right. Hey, big shout out to my man, Union County. I see you over there, fam. I mean, I think we could all, get a grip. And, because, I mean, I know conflict and controversy creates views, okay? Not knocking what people do and how they do it, because that's the way this game here works. And it's entertaining because you got to admit, it's got to be entertaining because it's so many people that do it, to make the money. You remember, you got different people to do different things to get the views that they get. Okay. I'm not trying to knock none of that shit. The part that you hear me trying to get an understanding is help me try to understand what new is. You don't hear me talking shit on it. I'm even trying to help along the way. I'm trying to help by saying, all right, let's eliminate the ROM shit. Let's eliminate the grand champion shit. Let's eliminate all that champion shit. And let's go back to just straight black pedigrees. And somebody tell me at that point in time, why should blood even matter when we get back that far? When we're doing that much damage, when we're doing all that and all that shit's black, you know, why should anything else matter? Right? Should a bloodline matter? If a motherfucker's good at running the treadmill, why can't we give him just as much respect as we gave a box champion if he's good at doing it? Have y'all seen one of them yet anywhere? Because I'm not out there. I'm trying to get out there enough to know, you know, that's why we're doing this judging and trying to become this a part of it. Only, and again, because they ask, and I definitely, if that's our introduction into what is new, at least they're doing something. And I'm fixing to be a part of it. October the 25th, I'm going to have, I've been saving it because I want to just mass blast it going into this next week, because I want the DMV to know we coming to town, and I want to know what as many people who can get there to be there, because this is what I call, this is something new. It's new for me, and I want y'all to make it a great experience for my very first time judging a competition show. Confirmation and show, first time for me and my brother. I want y'all to make this a great experience. You know, but at least that's somebody that's doing something. We're going to support that. But help me out to understand. See, it's hard for me to support anything that I don't understand, because I understand, you know, Tom Garner's registry and everybody and Schoolboy's registry. But at least they're doing something, because they, Schoolboy participates in dog shows, Tom creates dog shows, and now we're going to be judges at a dog show. And hopefully after this experience, I hope to be a part of many more dog shows, because it's not like I have anything against them. The only thing I have anything against when it comes down to these dogs is the past is the past. That's the part that we live in. That's the part that I know. When you start shitting on the past, I'm trying to figure out, well, if you can shit on the past, tell me what the future's supposed to look like, because the last time I checked, y'all still talking about the same fucking dogs of the past. So help me. I'm not putting nobody down when I'm saying that. I'm actually bringing it to the forefront. Am I fucking up your puppy sales or something? Did I just fuck up the way your pedigree? Oh, they're just done off of this and all that. No, this and but okay. Get me to understand what they mean, so I can fit in. Because I'm going to be judging a dog show, and that dog show is not going to be judged off of what the fuck is in the pedigree. The dog show is not going to be judged based off of who's standing there holding the fucking dog. The dog show's decision is going to be based on what the fuck I'm looking at, and what I'm going to be looking at is a bunch of fucking dogs. Okay. You feel me? You got to, you know what I'm saying? I feel you, twin. Because that's the only way you can be fair. So how everybody else moving? How does everybody else look at this situation? Because I'm pretty sure the question I asked, it shouldn't be that hard. Let me go back to my poll. My man Breakham said, check old school originals using champion alligator as an old family red nose match and hunting dogs they make for them in several countries. Yeah. I used to be, I stopped dealing with social media, even though we got our webpage over there, me and Mo, we don't give it as much time, as we should. And that's only because we have so much going on. You know, the community has to keep us, you know, enthused. And to be honest, in the very beginning, I put that page together. You know, you can go to Facebook and you're going to see it go on a hard, you know, group page. And it's going to be almost 2. I know we don't go over there. Because once you get in there, you want to be able to treat everybody the same way. And we just don't have the time and the energy to do it. I wish I could find somebody responsible enough and be true enough to be able to just go over there and take on that shit. And then if you want to represent us, represent it the way we would represent it. Because I would have put a lot of people on blast. I would be open to everybody who wanted to talk shit. Because I know the quickest way to shut a motherfucker up and shut him down is let's start talking about your shit. Because if you ain't got shit to talk about, then I shouldn't be listening to you. And it should be real easy for me to get rid of those type of people. I do it over here. If you think you can sit over here and talk shit and can't sit here and produce no receipts and show me that I can sit here and say, okay, you have the right to talk shit. But if you ain't never stood across from me, then that means you don't have the right to talk shit to me. You can talk shit about everybody you beat, but if it wasn't me, don't talk shit about me because you don't know me. And any dog man, if you're going to talk shit about a motherfucker, talk shit about a motherfucker that you could have went into and you didn't. Because then you're going to talk shit, and that's going to be another conversation because we all going to know. If you was around when he was around and you didn't, then you just a motherfucker talking shit because there's 4 other motherfuckers that made it over there, and you should give me one good reason why you didn't. One good reason. Because I know one good reason because you know you go over there, you was finna get your ass whooped. Because there's no other reason that would have stopped you. So that's history making right there. That shit worthy of talking about. That shit worth saying. If you're going to have a conversation, let's have a question. Okay, I got a question here. It says, big shout out to my man Bill. Bill said, question. Was that turtle buster blood ever successful or did it need a cross? Okay. You know, Mo told me Kenny Gaines, he was running with it for a minute and he was successful. Everybody, I mean, if you're in the dog game, you know, for all my people out there who know Kenny Gaines, y'all just put a 1. That would like to tell you just how big this community and how much they really know about Kenny Gaines. Because if anybody know about Kenny Gaines, then they will be able to help you understand how successful that total buster blood was. Because if it wasn't shit, we wouldn't know who the fuck Kenny Gaines was. You know, another brother, another somebody from Ohio. That's why I'm just throwing that out there. My man Breakham said, Bill, it is still around. Pure today. Yeah. No, I mean, Breakham. Yeah, not really. Because everybody keep talking about it, you know, like Bill was saying, did it need a cross? No, actually, the more you stayed keeping it pure, the better off you was. That's just, you know, the cross shit, it was crossed many different ways. You know how people do shit. It didn't have staying power in the fast lane, fam. It didn't. And that's, you know, don't just take my word. Just, you know, go check it out yourself. Don't just take it because I'm just putting you on the right direction. Why do we talk about Turtle Buster? Why do we talk about Kenny? Because hell, he was the one with it. But what happened? Why did it fall off? Huh? The caliber of the dogs just changed. It didn't, you know, remember, sometimes the blood speaks for itself. My man Bill said pure with the Queen of Hearts cross. Bill, now go out, we're going to do, I like you to bring that question back because, it's getting late and I ain't trying to get into pedigrees, but, we can dive in there so you can just actually take a good look at Turtle Buster Queen crosses. You got to remember, there's a lot of Queen wasn't bred that much. And she fell off just like Turtle Buster. So we talking about the legendary Queen of Hearts. That's like the legendary Zebo, and everybody's saying Zebo wasn't shit. But guess what, fellas? We still ran around with Zebo in our shit. So we didn't really give a fuck what other people said. We had to make it a point to keep it in our shit. There had to be reasons. There's reasons why Kenny Gaines was breeding the way he was breeding and having the success he was prior to other people trying to do something outside of what he was doing, and it just all disappeared because it couldn't maintain. That's all it was. That's not me talking shit. That's just the facts. Okay. And if you go do your research, you're gonna see it's gonna be like, well, I'm not just talking. We are from Ohio, so it's not like it's a secret to anybody. Big shout out to my man Union County. He said, because I like my current stuff, much better animals, way more of everything. My knowledge I learned along the way changed a lot of throughout the years. With Union County, I'm gonna take it, Ben. I think I'm a lot older than you. You say a lot of years. Let's put it like this. We matched a lot of dogs. Now let's keep this thought in mind. If you match as many dogs as we had, dealing with the people that we were dealing with in the fast lane, right? And think about this before you attack this. Based on what you're saying, show me why you like your stuff and why. Because that's not a knock on anything that you were doing. That's just me trying to address what you're saying. Because if you got enough years and you like something, then you shouldn't have no problem telling me why you like what you got. Because you know what I'm looking for. Because you know what world I come from. And I'm based on that you're talking about that same world. But in my world, you shouldn't have no problems saying 2-time, couple of these, 2-time, couple of these, couple of that, because that's the world that we're in. And when you speak like that, not to be putting you down, but addressing what you're saying. Because remember where you at. You're on the bus. Because I like my current stuff. Much better animals, way more of everything. Well, when you say that to a person like me, okay, hold on. You seem like you got a lot of years in it, but remember who you're saying that to. Because you wouldn't have never, I would change your mind knowing the kind of shit that I had. I would make you clear out your whole fucking yard. Why can I say that? Because I've done enough of these dogs and cleared out enough fucking yards to tell you. You tell me one good reason, because what you're going to be able to show me that will make me say you got a good yard is you're going to have the things that we're talking about tonight. Champions, grand champions, ROMs, PORs. If you are that type of guy, you would not have no problem standing on what you say. But don't talk about it, be about it, bring them goddamn receipts. Because that's how I look at comments like yours. And that's not to shoot you down, because I don't know you personally. I don't know how old you are, But remember that little comment, I learned along the way. You know what I'm saying? You said I learned along the way, changed a lot throughout the years. So I'm taking, I don't know who was doing the teaching, but when I hear throughout the years, that means a lot of years. So I really want to know just how much learning you was actually learning to make a comment like the one you just made. That's all. And a big shout out to you. That's why I put it up there, because I like to address shit like that. Because again, that might work on a lot of other people, but the show is fucked. I don't leave them kind of things hanging because I want to know who I'm talking to. I want to understand why you feel the way you feel in the now, because that's what I'm talking about, the now. Because back where I come from, no, that's just only good when it's winning. I need to separate the conversation. You know what I mean? Don't fall into that other world, because on this world where I come from, I'm trying to tell you, because you know where you at. You ain't going hard spot. A comment like that, you shouldn't have no problems. And you know, I will represent you to the wall. And that's not to blast you. That's just to try to understand, because I like my current stuff. All right, so much better animals, way more. So that you saying what you got now was better than what was in the past. Well, let me help you with that, because when you throw it out there, I want to see what you liked about it. I want to know what you had in the past that you would make a statement like that, considering you have years throughout the years. Well, you know, I got over 30 plus years, and I had never had no problem showing you what, you know. Remember, our dogs just didn't stop when we stopped. Our dogs kept going. So I like to hear your story. I like to know where you're coming from when you make that kind of statement. Big shout out to my man, Mr. Johnny Rockets. Johnny said, Mo, what was your dosage recipe for stress decks?
Had a little scoop, not a tablespoon, but half a tablespoon.
A half a tablespoon.
Regular pan of water, not no big pan.
He said not a regular pan of water with a half a spoon of the Dex. That was his special juice. Y'all know I'm always a tablespoon. He said a tablespoon. A half a tablespoon. Well, that's what I said. Wasn't it? Half a tablespoon. Yeah, half a tablespoon, and not a lot of water.
You can mix with a lot of water. You just feel that one and a half. Not because the dog ain't gonna drink up the whole pan.
He don't want, you know, not a whole lot of water. You know, I think what Mo had in the pan, he would say, I would say, barely a cup. Because that was a little mixture you used to make up, right?
Yeah.
Now, I don't know much about it, but I know that was his special juice because he always gave it to him before and after work. Before and after. And it wasn't a lot of water, but the dogs used to love that shit. You know, don't forget, I think it's a tablespoon of honey.
Yeah, or just do a little whip.
Or you said just do a little. He said just do a like you put ketchup on fries. Just throw that honey in there like that. But yeah, I hope that answers your question, Johnny. Let me see. My man Bill said, not quite pure. I'll be a first to me. What you think? It'll be a first to me. Okay, I got what you're saying, Bill. Hey, I'm gonna give a big shout out to my man FO4K 1927. I see you, fam. Appreciate you. My man Breakham said, I see no change other than shittier dogs and shittier people calling themselves dogs, man.
Stop it.
Never seen anyone call themselves a dog man in the 70s, 80s, or 90s. LOL. It's not a grown man's way.
Oh, true. I like it.
I like that, Breakum.
That's the truth.
I like that, Breakum. Because you know that's the truth. I never heard, I mean, I don't know what the dog man thing. I think the dog man thing, we got caught up in the dog man thing when we start doing the video shit.
Everybody trying to be a dog.
Because everybody was trying to be a dog man. Back in the day, I don't remember nobody, I don't remember nobody saying dog man that. We always spoke kennels, so and so over at such and such kennel. You don't know which one the one that got champion so and so, that type of shit. Insane said, let me see. I think he might have had an answer to that. He said, Cam, Dex is only for the after keep. You use that shit and the keep gonna cost you. Honey Badger,
Wrong.
you are wrong as fuck. Listen to what I'm saying. You know our record, right? You know our record. Okay, you know my protege's record. Now you should know that camera right there is going to get a response. And you know you my boy. But that's some bullshit.
Wrong as hell.
We used it
Workout,
before the workout, after workout, throughout the whole damn keep, and right before the match. And never, ever had a problem. Now, the shit that I thought I seen people who were going to have problems, and when they were shooting their dogs up, when they was actually taking that needle, shooting some shit in them the day of, right before. Now, maybe that's what you're talking about, because you said Dex is only used for.
He said stress Dex.
We talk about stress Dex, but Dex, yeah, you are right if that's what the Dex that you talk about, because the comment that I was speaking on, and I see it was KR, man, who you were talking to. I was just saying, hey, no, because stress Dex, nah, that was the special solution, and that was some of the special shit, electrolytes Mo was like using type shit. But Dex, we didn't use Dex like that shit, because we used Dex the week of the match, never throughout the keep. So if that's what you talk about, I was thinking I have to, let me fix that, depending on what you were talking about. Stress Dex, and then there's Dex. Now, if you're talking about Dex, you are absolutely right. But I was addressing the conversation about the stress Dex. So forgive me, no disrespects. That's all. He said, I'm definitely mixed when I'm using. Yeah. So I don't know. I mean, that's just to clear up that, because I'm already running behind a little bit on these chats. But if you're there, no disrespect to you, but I was addressing the stress Dex. And I happened to look down. You said Dex. Now, Dex, you might be, you're right about that, but not on the stress Dex. Let me see here. Let me see anything else we got going here. Hold on. I'm a little bit behind, fellas, so let me catch up. My man Union County said, we have a lot. Let me get this one up here. My man Union County said, we have a lot of it, Bill. We're doing a tight straw breeding. Ain't they on that stuff? Ain't they on that stuff? Well, I'm pretty sure based on what y'all was talking to, it would have to be the Total Buster. Well, when Union County speaks on that kind of stuff, you got to understand I know you understand the breeding process. So if you're using it, who am I to tell y'all how y'all and what y'all do? You already know how I feel about anything that you're using, that you're doing, that you call good. You know what I mean? You better I need you to tell me why you say that.
Right.
I want to know what's on your mind. What makes your shit? We can remember, listen to all the arguments and the people who be putting each other down. All of a sudden, ain't nobody done climbed over no walls. Ain't nobody running up no wall. Ain't nobody putting up no weights. Ain't nobody doing shit. But your version of good, I don't understand what that version of good. And it just would make me understand everybody's conversation once I understood what your version of good meant. That's all. And people get mad when you do that, but ask me, twin, what do you call a good dog? One that was good enough for me to crawl over the wall with. That's plain and simple, ain't it? Now, if that motherfucker won, he's got to be a good dog because he went back home. And he's gonna stay a good dog all the way until his career is over. That to me is a good dog. Okay, so I mean, I'm explaining my version of what a good dog is. All right. So we don't get no misunderstanding about when twins say about a good dog, that motherfucker, that means he made it throughout the whole process. He made it back to the chain. He made it to the box and back home. And he did that 2-3 times. Yep, he was a good goddamn dog. And on top of that, the motherfucker could produce. So you ain't got to try to figure out what twin called a good dog. I'm just trying to understand what do y'all call a good dog?
What can we pull up to see?
You know what I mean? I want to see. I'm like, look, if I see a dog at a confirmation show and me and Mo judging it, and we in the end look at that dog and we agree that dog right there, that's going to be the winner of today's show. That meant for today's show, confirmation-wise, that was the best dog at the show. Confirmation right, attitude right, stance right, because we're going to have a whole lot of shit. Then we have conditioned more than enough dogs to know what a good goddamn conditioned dog look like. But I'm looking at it not from a conditioning standpoint. I'm looking at it like I'm looking at the dog as a dog in the totality of what I'm looking at, totality-wise. What I'm seeing for myself at that moment, based on everything else that's out here. I should be able to say what's the best looking thing out here. That's like if I'm walking in the club and ain't nothing in that motherfucker, I'm the only male in there and I got a room full of bitches. That means I can choose the baddest bitch that I feel like I think is the baddest bitch in here. Now, not everybody's going to walk in the room and say that's the baddest bitch in here. But for me, at that moment, if I'm doing the judging and I pick that bitch, for me, that is the baddest bitch in here. So that's the way I look at when I hear what I call bad. Now, some of y'all call bad because, it might be the pedigrees, it might be whatever. Okay. Where he shake the rag, where he shake the rawhide. I mean, all that's fine and dandy. But I'm just sorry, I don't come from that world. That's just a whole different world for me. What's good for me, and I will repeat what I said, what's good. When you make it back to the chain, that's one. That means you're a prospect. You're good enough. Listen to what I'm saying now. You're good enough to make it back to the chain spot. How long does that last? Why are they back to the chain spot? Because they go from that chain spot to the box. If he make it back from the box into that chain spot, he's not a prospect anymore. He's a good dog. Why a good dog, twin? Well, right now he's a one-time winner. That's, at this point in time, he's a one-time winner. That's, to me, I can call him, he's a good dog. He's proven that he can get in there and he can take care of his business. But that don't mean that his life you know, that one time don't mean shit long as he ain't holding up that chain spot, because, you know, we didn't look at chain spots like that. Always a rotation. By the time we got done and got to the end, we was going right back down to where we started at and run right back to him again. So now he's even a better dog, because now he's a 2-time winner. He's still a good dog, but now he's just a 2-time winner. That's all. You always hear me tell y'all, Brat to me was a good dog. You never heard me ever tell anybody out here Brat was a great dog. You know why? Because I never ever seen a dog that was a challenge to her. Never. I never seen anything that could stay with her. I said Pandy was a great dog. You know why I say Pandy was a great dog? Because Pandy won 4. That never stayed with her. The bitch never had the scratch in the nothing. If you bit her, you were going to die. She ended her career a 4-time winner because was nobody foolish enough to go back into Pandy. That made Pandy a great dog. She should have been a grand champion. You just didn't have nobody out there who had the balls enough to go fuck with her. You had 8 people who went after Queen. 10 people went after Tornado. But you can't get but 4 people to fuck with Pandy. That's a great dog. So y'all understand where we coming from when we talk about these motherfuckers here? There's a difference between good and great. I got to give the Queen her props. I got to give Tornado her props. The fact is, you have them many people who thought they was going to go in there and beat these dogs' ass and just got their ass whooped. But I'm just going to let you know. It was just one out there that ain't nobody want to fuck with. Nobody. I'm talking about top dog, man. I'm talking about fast lane dog, man. If you know, then we wasn't foolish enough to do it. I told y'all earlier in the show, that's the only dog that I know. The most said, if you said you got a 36 female, most said, I'll bring, what's she? 30-31. Okay, she was 30-31. I told him 36, but that was the only dog that I know. If you both said, if you got a 31 pounder, and they said twin, I got a 31 pounder. He said, I don't give a fuck what you got, as long as it ain't Pandy, bring it. And he meant that. Got a badass 31, as long as it ain't Pandy, bring it. So that's how bad that bitch was. So my thing is good and great, 2 different categories, bro. You good enough to make it back to the chain, you just a good prospect. You're a good dog, you make it, you know, from that first time and back to your chain. You even a better good dog if you, goddamn it, make it 2 times. You make it 3 times, you're a damn good dog, because I can say that's champion so-and-so. And for the ones that we, you know, that went on to be like Red Ruby, 7-time winner, she's a great dog. Because at least she had 7 people to try to go into her. You know what I'm saying? To me, Grand Champion Ace, great dog. He had 7 people, and he never went over 30. So I mean, there's reason I give good and great are 2 different types of dogs. Little Mayday, 4-time winner, never went over 30 minutes. 36 minutes. Beat a 7-time winner. Brat never went over 30. And all 3 of hers was against 2-time winners going for their championship. So I don't, and you know, I call her good. I don't call her great. I wish she hadn't have been such a destructive dog the way we could have got 4 and 5 out of her, but shit, you know, she was too destructive. Fuck up her mouth, just fucked it all up. Let me see what I got else I got here. No string of dominance, anything. Let me see here. My man Breaker. You keep it entertained, Breaker. I got to give you that. He said, guess my old ways and old mentors ingrained honor and respect for both ways too much. I mean, look, man.
We didn't see a lot of that.
Let me say honor and integrity and loyalty to the game.
A lot of mentors out there that just be talking and they sound good, but
yeah,
a lot of the mentors out there wasn't up in that box.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of guys that be claiming fame that they wasn't in that box. It sound good, but shit, man. A lot of them goddamn mentors. A lot of mentors don't be in that box. I be hearing a lot of mentors come through. You know, everybody got a mentor. We had mentors. But our mentors were dog men. I mean, when I say dog men, I'm talking about they match dogs. I don't need nobody mentoring me, you know, that ain't never matched the damn dog. Or not only match them, have a consistency of matches. Show me, you know what I mean? When I talk about hardcore, when I talk about Rasta Man, when I talk about Stone City, when I talk about the Mayday Dog, when I talk about Deep South, Mile, Triple M, those are mentors to me. Abrahams, all these are mentors. McNasty, these are mentors to me. These are guys who work with me, help me become better. Ohio Cash, these are mentors to me. So my conversation of mentors compared to a lot of these mentors, you know, the ones that you hear guys always talk about. Well, my mentor, he been in the game for a lot of years, and you know, he know a good dog when he see one.
Why don't you tell me what kind of dogs you had?
Exactly.
Let me hear his resume.
Well, exactly.
I just want to kind of know when you say good, I want to know what you mean by good.
I trying to put you down about
there ain't no putting nobody down. That's just,
I done whipped a whole lot of mentors.
We done whipped a whole lot of mentors' ass now. Think about the mentors that we went in and cleaned out their whole yard. You know, them motherfuckers be on that high and mighty shit. How you let one man come through, you know, with 2 dogs and clear your yard? You know, that's only a person who's bold enough to think that you can't do it. That gives you the opportunity and you do it.
Exactly.
I never wanted to be that. Remember, we always opened our yard up for you want to see what it is to be on the champion, bring that shit over here. But it wasn't just you gonna bring it over here and all of a sudden, you know, I'm just gonna let you leave. No, I let you bring it over here because now that your shit getting destroyed, I'm just gonna make sure you don't take it home. Because why would you take that piece of shit home? You came over here to see what you wanted to see. I'm gonna help you put it out your misery. Because that's just garbage. At least let my bitch finish, let her do what she love to do. And then you can take that shit with you. But that wasn't us being cruel. That was just breaking people of them bad habits. Mm-hmm. Them was what I call the bad habits. Those are all the faults that I seen in the game that I did not want to be them type of people. I'm going to be different than them type of people. There's a difference. There are levels to this shit. So
they get right out there and they be moving and they don't understand why they been lost.
You know, just keep that in mind, fellas. My man Chico Nicholas, what up, fam? I see you, fam. He said you on, let me get this up here right quick. You're on that level, brother. I'm listening. You taking applications for yard boy. My resume ready, baby. What up, fam? Big shout out again to my man Honey Badger. He said, still worthy, but your numbers will definitely dwindle in numbers.
Mm-hmm. You're right.
Union County. Now, you know, I love my North Carolina family.
Tony Wade.
I love my North Carolina family.
All that there.
He said, once I get back in North Carolina, you will have to come for a visit. Well, fam, I would love to come see you because I'm going to tell you, I would love to go by and see my boy, Yard Boy, a.k.a. Eli Monster, because I have my grandsons down there. I have my daughter down there. I have my, you know, my in-laws are there. My friends, you know, that was my stomping grounds, you know, for a minute.
We down in Kinston.
We in Kinston, Greenville, even though we hung out in Durham, Raleigh, Lumberton, Snow Hill, all that shit, man. Browntown.
Yeah, we got with them boys in Lumberton.
Yeah. The boys in Lumberton, they had some bulldogs back in the day, still do to this day. You know, I respect you know, one thing I'm gonna do, fellas, I'm gonna always respect the underground, because I'd say this because we tell y'all to get on the bus and come back here and just take a ride with us and come back here in this time period. In this time period, I was part of that underground, and when we were in that underground and all the people we talk about, we all knew what we were doing. We all understood the risk. But because of that, it didn't change our love for our animals. You know, I don't know how this new game is when people, you know, these people walk in your yard and your dog is in all these fucked up situations and shit look all bad, shit all over the place. I ain't from that world, fam. I'm not saying it don't happen. Just put it like this. We ain't from that type of world. We show you the yard, our very, very first video. Go back and check out the video of the yard. Those are rows of dogs by every one of them trees. That right there was the yard all them dogs came off of. That's respect for not just ourselves, but our dogs. Remember, it's all about the dogs anyway. I never knew anybody who, you know, that I was close to that didn't feel the same way I did. I think if you go back and you catch our Mama show, when Mama, you know, I think it was maybe our first or second show when he said he really liked us when, you know, somebody had lost and they picked their dog up and they slammed it. And I clocked out on him because, you know, I just felt like that wasn't the dog's fault. That was their fault. And you mistreated that dog and you weren't going to do it. And we finna have a problem. And me and that person had a serious problem. Even though that was his shit and his loss, and maybe he had the right to feel the way he felt, but he didn't have the right to do that to the dog. So that just gives you an insight of how another man that drew me in and let me become a part of his mentorship, you know, respected the way that we loved and took care of our dogs. And if we really felt like that, then that meant we were worthy of him helping us out, which he did. That's why I speak so highly of him. Them the kind of dog, man, I want y'all to, you know, understand that y'all don't hear about them. Y'all don't hear enough stories about who they are. I mean, I'm still hear people talk about Stan the Man, you know, but they don't put a right-hand man, and y'all ain't putting the right people who really behind those dogs. You know, how you gonna not be talking about these dogs and don't be talking about Daryl Downs and Mama? How? And McNasty. I mean, how do y'all have these conversations and don't talk about these people, but yet talk about these dogs? The Havana Boys. I mean, don't get me started, Mo, because, you know, we be like got in a missing link and the list just keep, you know, it just keeps going on and I don't even want to be going through it. Shady Days. You know, I'm always saying the Fonz because, you know, somebody said, you know, that we said, what y'all know about the Fonz? Oh, man, you don't understand.
We got all up in that.
We all up in that, but look, we ain't even
Rochester,
Buffalo, you know, Lackawanna. You know, I got and we still don't be really giving my boys, the Bishop brothers, when they need the biggest shout out, you know, because shit, they ran that bitch.
They were trying to go in the Jeep.
They were, yeah. That's what I said. You got to, you up from that area, you got to know about the Bishops. Let me see what's got going here. Big Sal then saying Andy Badger again. He said, "Trust me, I'm looking at MF going through it as we speak, but he kennel blind. I don't know about that yard boy. Rake nobody else shit, cause I see about you privately on believe in kissing ass for anything." Well, I'm with you on that one, fam, because I ain't never been one to be needing anybody to come up and clean our shit. I know our proteges, they would just be around. That's why they got a chance to see a lot of shit and be in them conversations. They would never have to come over there and clean up dog shit or feed the dogs to get that conversation. Never was one of them kind of guys. Now, Mo did have, I think it was a Mexican guy. Oh no, it was a little white guy that worked. He actually had worked on the Orange Grove Park, and Mo had him, you know, trying to keep the oranges and help feed the dogs. But he was young and out there playing around with one of his friends and shit. And we find him out there dead. They out there playing cowboys and Indians with a real gun.
On my yard.
On Mo yard. And they found his ass dead out there. So that's right there. That stopped. No more trying to help people out. And we ain't getting no trouble with that. The fact is, the boy was missing, and we never, you know, remember we had 5.5 acres. We didn't need 5.5 acres to put 40 dogs. So there's so much out there, you know, and especially down toward the Ringling Brothers, the Lions and shit down that way. Just, you know, little dumbass kid messing around. He knew, don't be down there messing around trying to feed them cats, because all it takes is one of them to snatch your ass and you ain't got a chance, because no way you're going to pull your arm back out that bitch. Because they were still, you know, they lions and tigers and shit and panthers and shit. I ain't never seen them motherfuckers that didn't rear up when we came around. But to find that boy dead out there, and then to find out the person, what was it, his brother that he was playing with?
He killed himself. You know, he was a friend.
It was one of
out there playing Russian roulette.
Oh, okay. Mo said no, they wasn't out there playing cowboys and robbers. They was actually out there playing Russian roulette. And he said the boy, that's how he shot himself. So it was actually, he shot himself, because when they found him, he still had the gun in his hand, and we didn't know how that happened. But they, you know, the friend was like, "Why is he out here shooting himself, and why in your yard?" And then this friend came through and said, "Hey, we were actually out here playing Russian roulette, because Mo had just ran them off, so they really didn't have no business back there playing, because I believe that's what they were doing, playing the Cowboys and Indian shit." But
I used to let people come out and shoot.
You know, we used to let people come out and shoot because we had all that property back there, so they could come over there, and we were out where we didn't have to worry about the dumb shit. But all that ended the day that boy got killed. He killed himself. So let me see. Insane said, "You would be a good yard boy, but I don't, you know, GAF, you know, don't give a fuck. If you was in the 80s and Pat Patrick got the best well-bred shit in my face, I'm not raking shit. I'm gonna buy that MF and keep my dignity. No one like a kiss ass." Okay. Okay. Let's see. Breakum. He said the following buy-in drives home with little knowledge. The maker and shaker sits in, learns by doing much more with them who made them. Okay. I'm sorry if it sounds like I'm butchering up your shit, but I really be trying to understand what you actually got typed there just to get a better feeling of what you're trying to say. I know I spoke on this earlier, so I might be getting too late. My man, Honey Badger, said, yeah, all them MFs was racist. Fuck you pay me. The same way they think of me ain't no Mr. Pat Patrick. Your name is Pat Tom Crenshaw. Ain't no Mr. Shit. You a regular dude, even more controversial. Well, the only reason, Honey Badger, the only reason I don't be feeling like that, because, man, you know, I told you the story about the whole North Carolina thing. So you already know you had the bottom of the hill, and then you had the top of the hill. You had, you know, and then there was in places you're supposed to be, you know, them sundown spots where you better be on the other side of the railroad tracks when the lights, when the sun fall. You know, all that kind of shit. You know, I'm not even trying to say that shit didn't exist. What I'm trying to say is, in the dog game, in the American Pit Bull Terrier dog game, you know what I'm saying? I can't say nothing bad about people like James, Mr. Triplett, Mr. Stevenson, Mr. Robinson, Mr. Combs, Mr. Cruz. I mean, goddamn, how long did this need to go? Super Nat, Mountain Man, Millbuster. I mean, how many more I need? I mean, no, not Millbuster. Who was the group? The white dudes who was at the dude he was hanging out with that night when y'all stayed up there?
Mike Stewart.
Yeah, my man Mike Stewart. Hell on Earth. You know what I mean? Anybody know Mike Stewart and Hell on Earth? See, those are the kind of people I'm talking about, you know, that we is hanging out with, you know, and they is they white. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, I you know, y'all don't get me wrong and don't tell me about racism and all that shit, because you already should know how I feel about that, because, you know, I have a mixed wife, and I come from, you know, my mother was mixed. So I never could separate, you know, the black and white thing. I'm going to love my mother and my white side of the family the same way I love my black side of the family. And trust and believe, we all got along. So I never use racism as an excuse. Now, does racism exist? Well, I already told you how I felt about, I didn't have no problem walking in the man's back door, because I knew I'm going to make him pay twice as what he was going to pay if he had been just nice. And then I'm going to walk out his front door, and there wasn't going to be shit he could do to stop me from walking out his front door. See, in my business, once I'm in your house, you're responsible for me. So if I happen to fall and hit my head by accident, don't let it be none of your kids' toys or nothing around, because I can sue you, and then your house will automatically become my house. If you put your hands on me in your house, I will have you arrested and beat your ass and call the police on you, and they're going to take you to jail because I'm authorized to be in your house and you attack me, and now you're going to go to jail. So understand all that shit. Understand all my rights and how all the dirty shit I could do to you to fuck you up in your own house. I was never trying to be that kind of person. But I'll always let it be known, I'm not that person you want to make that mistake with. Because I've had them ones that I tore up their house, whooping their ass, and then had them arrested, and I sued them. So that just part of the business that came along with the job that I had. But I never put race. I don't take a whole bunch of people and then just because you have a few bad apples, I mean everybody's fucked up. Because I got some fucked up black folks who's just racist as hell. So just as many white people that's racist, there's black people the same way. So I try to stay away from racism. Racism is something that you don't point your finger at and call somebody racist. There's got to be a reason why you call them racist. And racist is not hard to find. A racist person who don't like black people don't have no black friends. They don't want to be around black nothing. Black people who don't like white folks, they don't have no white friends. They don't want to be nowhere around them. So to each his own. But I don't make it a part of my world. And I don't condone to it. So if y'all want to be mad at me because I don't condone to it, that's okay. That's okay. My man Honey Badger, it was let me go to Union County. Honey Badger, a lot of those old guys hung out with everybody. I never saw racism back in the day. Well, Union County, you said a lot right there, because growing up in Akron, Ohio, where I actually grew up, I had white neighbors. I think we was one of the, it was more than us. It was one. I would say in our neighborhood, there was like 5 black families, to stay in that block area in South Akron. And everybody worked at Firestone or Goodyear, because that was when the rubber companies was doing their thing. And my white neighbors, they were older, white people, at least the ones across the street. I'll never forget their names. Is Mr. Ewing, stayed across the street, and right down the street 2 houses over is Mr. Wellington. And both of them people, if they seen us being bad, they could, we would have to go sit on their porch and wait till my parents got home. And you got twice the ass whooping. But, wasn't no back and forth. When either one of them 2 white people said, "What are you doing over there? You over there, what your mama and daddy know you doing that, or you got all them people doing this other shit. Get over here and sit on the porch and wait till your parents get home." I didn't cuss them out. I didn't argue with them. I knew I was gonna be in a world of shit if I was still gonna be sitting on that porch when my parents got home, because they're gonna be wondering, why is you over there? Why he have to do that? You know what I'm saying? So, but they was good people. Unless there was something tragically or really, really bad, they would always let me go home before my parents would get home, because they knew we was fitting to get the beating of our life, because the neighbors had to do something. But I don't dump a whole bunch of people in the bowl. Remember, I'm 65, going on 65 years old. So I've never let color define you as a person. Let me see right here. I got you on this. Def was better producer, twin. I agree with you on Angus. So you already know which part I know you're talking about. You like, man, I really believe Angus would have beat the shit out of Jeep. We sure as hell wouldn't have been there no 3 fucking hours. Hey man, first of all, I want to give a big shout out to my people like Union County, Breakum, Johnny Rocket. Who else was that? It was somebody else. Insane Honey Badger. See, these guys participate, and I know I be talking, and I don't just sit there and just read a lot of the things that they saying, but the conversation is good conversation, man. And as I run down here, because I'm trying to close this out, but I want to give a big shout out to them guys. And I sure as hell don't want to forget my main man, Chico Nicholas. I know you see he got in a little later, but he said, "Yes, sir. Do you know how much college is? I have had one, and I'm in the shelter. They don't build them like that anymore." College, yeah. Well, yeah. I know definitely how much it is. So I have a daughter who just became a doctor. Actually, I had two daughters. One just became a doctor. The other one, she's been the doctor. But, you know, I am so glad that they stuck that shit out. Because they made me a proud father, but shit, I didn't have to pay for that extra. I think it was the extra when she got her doctorate. That was another extra 4 years for her doctorate. But she got a grant to do that. Both of them did. But them first 6 years, all that came out of my goddamn pocket. So, yeah, I respect any and everybody who understands, family first, things. I'm with them on that. I want to give a big shout out to my man, Mr. Chico Nicholas, my man, Mr. Burning Star. Burning! I'm just getting down to this deep part of the chat. Big shout out to my man, Mr. Derek Lockett, my man, Fresh, DGSB, my man, Mr. Skip Bell. I know if Skip is still around, he had a question. He said, question, why does the unknown registered dogs and pairs get the same glory as the known in the pair? Skip, I never known an unknown to really get any credit because it was always unknown. Even if the dog was a good dog and it had that unknown part, it was hard to determine how can you give credit to something that's unknown. But one thing that you have to respect in a situation like that is if that part of the pedigree is unknown and that dog that has that unknown section of his pedigree, at least that's a beginning because that's a good start. The part that you do know about, at the top or the bottom, whichever one is that's not missing, at least you got something to build off of because it's going to always start right there at that dog moving forward. So it don't really matter what everything with that unknown part is because now that's up to you. If you own that dog, and if it's a title dog and it has that unknown section, that's nothing to really panic about because that's a good one for you. Because whatever it does, at least moving forward, it's not going to stay unknown, not too long because it'll eventually disappear back into the 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th. And at that point, is it really going to matter? No, because you have covered that. And if the dog is worthy of what you have created, you'll get the credit, and that unknown is just going to be, it deserves the credit because, again, it's still hanging around. Well, what was this unknown part? I have no idea. But the dog, it produced good, and it was a good-ass dog. So, of course, it's got to get the credit. You can talk shit all you want about the unknown part, but you can't take nothing away from the dog. The dog is what it is. So, yeah, I evenly, truly believe if it was unknown and a piece of shit, it is going to always be a piece of shit. The only reason why we're talking about that unknown section anyway, because the dog had to be about some shit. So if that answers your question, Skip, that's just the way I feel about the shit. I don't think it should be a turnoff to anybody. I think it should be respected simply because it is unknown. And the only reason we talk about the dog anyway, because the dog is turned out to be good. We can't make up nothing, so we're just gonna leave it unknown and let the dog take care of the rest. Because it will, if it's good enough, it'll take care of that shit with no problems. And people won't even give a fuck about that unknown. You're gonna hear a whole lot of stories. Well, I know so and so and all this. You're gonna hear all the stories, but you ain't gonna know what's true. So don't even get yourself caught up because you start down them lines, you'll be done. Took some good shit that you didn't know nothing about and trying to replace it with something that you heard, and you'll fuck all that good shit up. Just let it go and do it your way and use it as it is and ride with it, because at that point in time, it's your shit. So it shouldn't matter with that unknown shit because now they talk about your shit. Love it. Let me see. Want to give a big shout out to my man Pit Dog. I see you, fam. Let me see. There was any other ones that I missed along the way. You're right, Pit Dog. You said some just know they ain't got shit for. You damn right. But a lot of people didn't want to admit that. You know what I mean? Remember, that's how we fell out with old boy. Big shout out to my man 910 Carolina Blue. I see you, fam. Yo, Maurice. I see you, fam. Know what's going on 115. And it is so much of the chat that I missed. But big shout out to my man Vendetta. Big shout out to RBG Lone Wolf. Let's see, anybody else that I might have missed? Let me see. As I go, Smoke City. What up, fam? Big shout out to Jayard Kennels in the house. What up, fam? I see you. Let me see. Is there anybody else that I might have just overlooked? Yo, fellas, you know, y'all got a chance to hear Mo a little bit. You know, I was trying. Cannabis Cowboy, I see you, fam. I was trying to keep him from doing his shit, you know, because he's still having his problems. Let me deal with my man Breakham right quick. Breakham said, that is the issue, GHK. They don't know the game, so they cannot understand the fucking difference. Hey, Breakham. Man, like I said, I wanted to give y'all those special shout outs. I want to give people like Vernon and Mr. Vernon Starr and Skip Bill. See, these are people that I know that have the knowledge in the game. They don't really say much, but they give their support. You know, if you've been around this channel long enough and understand what you're going to find over here, you notice that all y'all have blue wrenches in the Shark Tank. I mean, everybody carries some type of authority over here, which means we all on the same level. We can all agree to disagree. We can all talk all the shit that you want, but be respectful to each other. And that's all that matters to me. I mean, y'all do great at typing because I can't type like you guys type because my eyes, I can't even see the shit to even want to type like that. So I have to respect the people who do a lot of typing, who stay engaged and who stay involved. So I'm going to give my big shout outs. And I know I don't never get to a lot of the comments and shit because when I'm talking and it seems like you guys are typing so fast and the conversation is moving so fast, I can't keep up. And by the time I get down, I'm answering questions late. So y'all got to forgive me on that because, again, this is not something I try to do for a living. So I ain't really mastered the fact of, you know, when I was sitting over here and Mo go to talking and you hear Mo go talking shit like, why you stop me? You know, because I'm trying to read some shit. That's one of the reasons why I don't stop him because, you know, I see how that feels because I'm sitting here talking and I'm trying to keep up with the chats, but then I'm starting to concentrate on my conversation and it just don't work. So let me see, just in case I didn't get everybody. Hey, before I get out of here, y'all know we didn't show up Tuesday, but don't feel bad about it because there might be more Tuesdays to be like that. I can't tell you. But look here. Before I get out of here, let me deal with this right quick. Tonight's poll, we had 98 votes. The poll question was the history of the game American Pit Bull Terrier titles and merits were highly recognized. Is this something of the past? Out of the 98 votes, I had 63% that said yes, 37% that said no. I really appreciate everybody who participated. Y'all know this wasn't the right or wrong answer. Hey, if it's anybody out of the 30-some people that's left in the chat, if you have not voted yet, do me a favor, and I just need to make this 100 votes for tonight's show. I just want to see that 100. That 98 is too close not to see that 100. And while we doing that, y'all know I'm at that point in time in the show where I need y'all to show me some love. I need to show me some love. I need you to give me some thumbs up, thumbs up. Oh, let me turn this mic down. That mic. I see my light over here jumping. Thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. Muscles, muscles, muscles. Now, give your damn self some roses, roses. You need them damn roses. You know why I'm giving y'all the shot, the big love for the rose thing, because you know what? When you show up and show out and you participate, I wanted to just show my appreciation to, if you don't, you know, there's no other way but to show you the love back, because again, you don't have to come here, but you do. And when you do come here, you participate. So I want to, you know, give my appreciation back to you. And again, I'm at 98 votes. All I'm asking for is just 2 votes. So I'm ready to get out of here. Big shout out to my man, the Hussein Honey Badger, showing them love, showing that love. As always, you know, there's just some people who just do their part. I can't help but love it. Let me see. I'm gonna get down here. Oh man, I can't believe I missed my man. I missed my man, but sorry about that, fam. I didn't see you down there. I'm just getting down there to the bottom. But big shout out to What the Helly TV. Or I would have dropped the link. Don't have nothing against you, brother. Be glad to have you come by. Let me see what he said here. Break him, the loyalty you shown to the rat is a bad look, homie. Yeah. Big shout out to my man, Smoke City. Hey, no disrespect to you on that one, Buck. I didn't see you, fam. And I'm just not getting down here to the bottom. But just want you to know my bus. Big shout out to my man, Cosmic Cal, Chief Aboriginal HB. Big shout out to you, fam. I just want you to know I seen you. See who else down here. Let me see. Damn, there was a whole lot of shit that was going down here at the bottom. Let's see who else we got here. I want to give a big shout out to my man DMV Vito. Vito, I see you, fam. Vito, you know I'm gonna be up that way. I think it's called Wyethville, West Virginia. If I'm correct. It's Richmond, Virginia. So I would think Richmond would be in Virginia. So no, it's Wyethville, Virginia. But I'm going to have that information up there because I am definitely coming back to the DMV. And I look to see a lot of my fellas that's old and new. Oh, I'm pretty sure Buck's still there. I know what he see this right here. He said, did your nephew drop the wire, though? Man, my Buck, you of all people ought to know. All people, you ought to know about that situation. And you know where I am on that situation, because if you remember correctly, I don't need people to tell me about something I already knew about. Actually, all that information that everybody was running around with, it wasn't new to me, because I don't say shit and do shit without evidence. So it ain't something I got to sit here and try to explain to anybody. Again, you doing a damn good job at handling that part yourself. So I let you do what you do. I don't get involved with y'all doing. So you go back to your wire thing, right? And let me keep doing what I'm doing, because whether he dropped the wire or not, I still ain't seen the papers. But I ain't trying to call you no liar either, because you know I got papers. So just keep that thought in mind. What you talk about, that's totally on you. But I don't need to get into them kind of conversations simply because it wasn't me, and I ain't had no parts of it. And people say what they want to say, but I know who I'm dealing with. He is nephew because he's a young kid to me. And I don't get involved because I know a whole lot of young kids who talk that shit and try to be something that they want. And the minute them goddamn popos ran up on their ass, they found it necessary to tell. But see, I ain't from this new age bullshit where it's okay to tell. But who am I to be knocking anybody? Remember, I just seen old boy in the YSL trial. What's his name? Woody. And they glorify that motherfucker. You know, like it's okay. So it ain't on me to be sitting up here judging. And so for all the people who talk shit about him, just as many people who hate him and talk shit about him, there's just as many people who love him and pay to talk shit about him. So that's not the world that I live in. So I don't try to become a part of that. And that's why I don't try to hate on that. Because to me, I knew a whole lot of fucking rats. A whole lot of them. I knew rats that would tell and could come back to the motherfucking neighborhood. And everybody act like that they didn't even say shit. I know a couple people in the dog game that would actually told. You know, and this ain't about no dog. I'm talking about on some serious shit. So I don't, these dogs ain't shit compared to other shit that I've seen people tell on. I'm not one to go tell. I'm like this. You around me, and we doing and we doing some dirty shit. If you get caught, you on your own. If I get caught, I'm on my own. That's the world I come from. I'm not going to be trying to control nothing else that somebody else over there doing based on the people they had in their circle. One thing I can tell you about my circle, I didn't have to worry about no motherfucking body telling me on me in my circle, because that's the only thing that I'm responsible for, my people. If I don't go to jail, ain't nobody else got no business going to jail. So that means y'all doing what I'm doing. As long as y'all doing what I'm doing, everybody's supposed to be safe. Not everybody like that, but who am I to be sitting up here judging another motherfucker because he got a family over there and he want to go tell? He just a snitch to me. He's a rat. You know, you got to eat that. I ain't got nothing to do with that. You know, I love McNasty back in the day. I was wrong hanging out with Ricky Jones back in the day. Them two big snitches. You know, I used to talk about Big Ralph back in the day, and y'all seen his video on YouTube, right? Is that gonna make me love Big Ralph any less than what I used to? No. If y'all want to hate me for it, that's okay, because you ain't putting no food on my table. So what you feel and what you think don't matter. The man's already got a hard enough time dealing with the situation they're in. So I don't let that kind of shit bother me. What nephew did and what nephew does, hey, man, that's between you and nephew. Evidently, y'all making enough money going back and forth with each other. So, I mean, maybe that's y'all thing. Don't bring me into y'all shit. I don't even see why you bring other people in there, that bullshit. I think as grown people, we should be able to do and say and have who we want to have. If I'm sitting around, for me, if I'm sitting around running around with a snitch and that motherfucker get locked and knocked and he tell on me, that's my fault. Because I knew biggest shit that nigga was a snitch. Biggest shit. Just like I knew Douglas Brown was a snitch. But you still see it never stopped us from going on and talking bulldogs and all that other shit with him. Even after he turned turncoat and we knew he was a snitch, put his shit on blast because it wasn't, you can't tell everybody that we don't know what we fucking talk about. You was in jail with him and he wasn't the only one. See, we could say all the things because we had proof. But we ain't from that cloth to where we gonna hold that over another motherfucker's head, because I wasn't dealing with you on that type of basis. And nothing that you doing over there can hurt me. So you all that shit about how motherfuckers tell, every neighborhood got them. And it's almost like it's okay to do now. But I'm 65 years old. I come from a whole different world of that shit. And I know, Buck, you ain't older than me. So that's just the world. You notice not everybody feel the same way you do about that dumb shit. I just think, you handle it the way you want to handle it, and he's addressing it the way he want to handle it. To me, that's personally y'all shit. It ain't no such thing because he didn't tell on me. I don't roll like that. Gotta understand the McNasties, the Ricky Jones, with all the people that they hurt. I know a whole bunch more. I seen a man get on the stand with everybody sitting in the courtroom and actually start pointing people out. I've been around them type of motherfuckers. But one thing I noticed about that motherfucker who was pointing around, I was also sitting in there too, and he skipped right over me. So that goes to tell you, why are they telling on some people and not telling on everybody? You know what I'm saying? I think one of the reasons is I was the one sitting in the courtroom, but Mo wasn't. Think about that point. It ain't because I'm a bitch or nothing else. Maybe I'm just not the right motherfucker you want to be telling on. You ever thought about it like that? So I can give other people their respect because I ain't doing business with you for you to tell on me any fucking way. You know what I'm saying? I think about all them people out of the 3 raids that we got knocked on, all them guys that went and took them cases to trial. But I remember all that shit. Remember, I was one of them ones that got away. I don't remember nobody pointing their finger at, well, Twin of them was there. Never. But some of them people were still, like Chico was telling on certain people. I don't know why. Maybe it was a beef they had. I don't know. I don't get into that type of shit. Why do you tell on some and don't tell on others? I mean, I'm not a snitch, so I just be wondering sometimes. But as far as you making those type of comments, nephew always going to be nephew because he's young to me. It's not a matter. I don't live his life. I don't even know the man personally. Yeah. I don't even get into that shit. That's y'all shit. He do what he do. And however he do it, I'm going to be always okay with it because, again, that's what he want to do. Who am I to tell him what he can and can't do? If you want to keep on talking about you, I have no control over that. Nobody out here has control over that. But when you bring it up like you run shit, you don't run. You run on, the only shit that you can run is your own shit. And I noticed as you came in this room, you still had your hardware. So, I sure as fuck don't take what you're saying, what you do personally. And we haven't had enough conflicts that I give 2 fucks about what you're saying.
What love you.
I say what I say, you say what you say, and we get it on, and we be over that. So respect that. I respect you enough to keep your hardware. And I know I go over in your room and I know you ain't got me blocked out. So I know I can still go over there and join my shit. So I guess we still cool like that. So don't make waves.
Sure don't want me to start
because I just don't think that's not healthy. You know what I mean? Because we don't have a beef. I thought our shit's supposed to get by. And I know you ain't trying to tell me who to deal with and who not to deal with. Because that don't get you nowhere. You should know that. And I like the way you said you just want to know. Well, I don't have the answer to that question because, again, that ain't my thing. I don't know nothing about that kicking shit under the thing. I know a whole lot more shit than what you really know, but that wasn't one of them. But you almost got the whole story right. So I'm going to just let you keep doing what your work. I see you still investigating. So you keep doing what you do. But as far as me and him, I don't have a problem with him and don't have no problem with you.
Neither one of y'all gonna talk shit to him.
But there ain't nobody gonna be talking no shit. Again. Because remember, you still got some unanswered questions that I was asking you that I never got answered. But you don't see me riding you about it. So just keep that part in mind. All right. Where am I at? Let me see. Guy Goldston. But let me go up here because he don't have that hardware, but I know my phone spot. I go get to that. He said, nigga, I love you and PBK real bulldozers from back in the day. I ran with Timmer back when Nate from the Dallas Cowboys. You talking about Nate Newton?
Nate Newton.
Well, shit, you got to remember my man Big D, he was down in Dallas. What was D's last name? He wound up being the coach up at Clemson. Hey, Nisha. Nish. Okay, I got you. I got it. But I remember I remember my boys real well. You know, Nate and all of them. They were just bulldoggers.
Nate's been wrong with James pretty all.
You know, Nate. I know Nate ran with James, so I'm gonna take care of that guy. I just don't. Next time you pop up, you're gonna get that hardware. Big shout out to my main man, Marcel Shepard. I didn't see you, Marcel. But appreciate the love, fam. To see you still popping up, showing out. Don't get caught up in the madness. Balls deep. What up, fam? He said, you ever heard it's dumb motherfuckers everywhere. It's more business because I understand, but being racist, smiling and ripping motherfuckers off, I don't honor that. Me neither, Balls Deep. No, that was Insane Honey Badger. My man Balls Deep said, you ever heard the best dog I ever had was given to me. A lot of truth in that history, proving you're never going to buy someone else's prize work. That gets put in friends' hands and those that pick up shit and help. Well, I'm gonna put it like this. Ben, we never sold dogs, but with the people who actually came by and bought dogs. And just to give you an example, like Most Wanted, Mad, the Vero Brothers, that's VBK, RKP, who else? Gameville. They didn't clean up shit. They got good dogs. In time, why do you think we still have going hard dogs around? Because they give us shit. They've been giving us shit over after all these years. We don't pay for that shit. They just give it to us. That's just giving the love. BBK. Why would I sell a dog to somebody that came away from California and not make sure he go back home with what we consider our best shit? Same thing with Mad. Same thing with Most Wanted. Same thing with Black Ice. Remember, these guys came to the yard and they got dogs. And I ain't never heard neither one of them complain about the dogs that they got. Why would I be selling them bullshit? Guy came over from China or Japan. I know he was Asian. Why would you send him back with some bullshit? See, maybe everything's not meant for the public, but then maybe that's why our dogs lasted as long as they were able to last, because guess what? They actually went into real dog men's hands. When I say real dog men, that was people was doing the same thing that we were fucking doing. How about that? Yep, Jamie Long. We can't forget Jamie. How about looking at everybody who really got our dogs? Being that we didn't sell dogs, they were always doing the same thing that we were doing. And so if they were doing that, then there was a possibility that they were going to have them get dogs, and the same thing that our dogs was doing for us, they were going to do for them, which history shows that's what happened. And so it's not like our shit just died off because it couldn't die off because it was in too many other people's hands, the right people's hands. And for those who wanted to go out and just search around, you stumble up on that type of shit because you really thought it was gone. But no, we in the 2025, bro. But for those type of people, just put it like this. I'm still waiting on you to answer my questions. Okay?
We just trying to find you to pick up one.
I mean, and we don't, and I'm just really like, I'm not trying to find a lot. I just give me one. Just give me something.
Give me
one.
the reason why I should be talking to you.
Just one. I mean, yeah.
You ain't on my level. I'm gonna keep on telling you that until you answer my question.
All right, Mo. I'm trying to get out of here. Who else I got here?
I'm always trying to be that slick mouth. I can be a slick mouth too.
I ain't trying to be
in your back until you give me my answer.
I see. I'm gonna quit because now you gonna wake up, come in here and scream all over me and shit.
Oh, I'm sorry, bro.
Yeah, just let it go. It said, talk that shit, twin. His shit paper hung and still ain't producing shit. Well, I'm gonna put this up. I know what you're speaking about, Honey Badger, but I ain't. Well, I'm talking. I ain't trying to. I'm not throwing no slug. I'm just keeping the motherfucking real. Because everything that I'm sitting here saying, you can go back on the video and see for yourself. So maybe it might be easier for me waiting on people to answer some questions, but you know, you drive on that so hard. I mean, what's good for the goose is supposed to be good for the gander. I could say the same thing to that person. You know, I've been waiting on answers from you for quite some time and still ain't got them. You know, I'm supposed to be this old, tired ass old motherfucker, but that shouldn't even matter because my question I'm trying to get answered don't have nothing to do with none of that shit. It should be actually real simple because all we're doing over here is talking about dogs.
Fake ass.
You know, so
Fake.
how about just keeping that kind of shit for what it is?
You don't want to
Can't nobody question my manhood. I don't even get into that. I'm too old to even worry about that kind of shit. You don't know me well enough to question my manhood where it even bothers me. Now, the other shit that other people do with their shit, I'm not going to sit back because I sit back and I watch everybody's shit, whether y'all know it or not. I always tell y'all, I get around the whole everybody's shit, you know, but I don't participate because sometimes I'm in a situation I can't participate because I might, you know, I just be places. So it's good to just entertain, like to see where, you know, how people doing shit. But I was sad about to see the situation with J-Bo and Nonstop and Dogman TV. I wondered, man, big shout out to Sport and Dog Archive picking up the pace. Yeah, I still get over there and I check all that out. You know, I'm sad to see that, you know, things is going back to the same old shit, people going back and forth with each other. And now we still talking about the same old drama that we've been talking about for God knows how long. So I guess we're going to be making another video about who twin's supposed to be this and twin's supposed to be that. But let me explain something to you, motherfuckers, so y'all clearly understand. There is nothing about twin that you can't Google and find, which means you have my address. You can find my phone number. You damn near can find every business license that I have and what businesses I own. So don't act like I am trying to duck, hide, or try to fear any motherfucker out here. That's why I say what I want to say, do what I want to do, and do it openly, respectfully, and freely. I don't have to talk about your mama, your girlfriend, your kids, your wife. I don't do none of that. I'm going to talk about your dogs and you. I can't do nothing else.
You do it in your face.
Because they ain't going to never be in my face.
I know. That's what I'm saying.
They'll never, ever
be in my face.
Be in my motherfucking face to come and say a motherfucking word to me about nothing. That's just all YouTube shit. And believe me, I'm in my personal opinion, if I felt that bad about any motherfucker out here that felt like they did me so much dirt, I couldn't sleep. See, I'm one of them kind of motherfuckers that I don't let shit ride. I'd rather just let it go. Let everybody forget about it. And I'll deal with it the way I want to deal with it. I don't need no audience. I don't need no cheerleading stand. I don't need to try to convince none of you motherfuckers out here about what I do and how I do it. I don't even go put that much into these dogs. I just show you the facts. The facts is, if you ain't got shit to show, then why are you talking? When a real dog man in the house, when you gonna learn to shut the fuck up? I always hear, man, y'all got to understand there's levels to this shit. I heard, Buck, I heard you say it, but then
you don't got no level under your ass. Shut up.
Do you understand what level you on when you dealing with me? That's all I'm checking.
You ain't man enough
because we ain't even had a decent dog conversation to get that far. Because you always feeling like somebody trying to put you down. But see, that's the problem with you. You no different than PBK. You just run a different type of news channel. That's all. Over here, fuck all that shit. I'm talking about my motherfucking past, my history, what I know. You ain't give a fuck how y'all feel about that or what y'all think, because you was one of them talking that same old shit just like PBK was. Came right out the gate talking shit, but he had to do his homework and he realized, maybe I'm a little wrong for that. Well, I can accept that. I'm not going to beat him over the head for it, and I don't crucify him for it. Because all of y'all have done it. But not a motherfucking one is on my level. So you put when it come to me and you talking to me, stay in your place. Because over here, I'm talking strictly about dogs. Give a fuck about that other shit you on. And that's for anybody else who wants to get involved in that shit. Maybe sometimes some people's business, not everybody's business. And I'm not trying to get no clicks and all that shit just because of people going back and forth. Hell, you did a whole video on the shit to show that we had with you. And you on here, you never heard me say another word about it, what it was and the way that it still is. But as I still remember, all that shit started over me asking you a question that I never got answered. Now, I done heard you 3 days in a row talk about something another motherfucker did, and you still talking about you answering somebody a question. Did this person do what? Okay, well, I'm just telling you. It's a JSK, tell me about the Turtle Buster.
Kenny Gaines had good dogs.
It's not much I can tell you, Bill, because Kenny Gaines had good dogs. I don't know if you know Kenny, but all you got to do is, check. Google him. Now, go over to Ricky Jones. Ricky Jones, Rebel Kennels, they had a lot of motherfucking shit. They had a lot of good dogs over there, and them Turtle Buster dogs was a group of them. So that I can't tell you too much about them because I never had to go into one. And I don't think Satan went into no Turtle Buster dogs, and I think he went into Kenny Gaines. Goddamn it, Ricky Jones beat up on a lot of goddamn people. So, they just fell off, fam. That's all I can tell you about them. Now, I don't know. Now, you grab a couple of the journals, you can see they were definitely being advertised. That's for damn sure. They were definitely being advertised, and I know a lot of them got out there. They just didn't hold up. They didn't last that time. That's all I'm saying.
That's why Kenny got out. Kenny got out of the dog game because of that.
My man said, y'all end it off right. Like, twin, on a good note. These dudes, these antichrists. All right, honey badger, that's my cue right there. Hey, man, I want to give a big shout out and big thanks to everybody who showed up, showed out. Y'all showing that love. That thanks for the thumbs up and all that good shit. You know, don't get caught up in the madness. You know, let me see if I got my 100 voters yet. Let me see if I got there. Hey, I got the 99. All I need is one more, man. Somebody go up and hold up, Mo. Go in and get me 100 votes right quick.
Gotcha.
I need to get that vote out the way. Don't worry. I'm gonna try to get that 100 just to see, because it really didn't change the numbers much. But little fellas, don't get caught up in the madness. This world, this dog game is not the same game. When I say there was levels to this shit, remember I played a different world than a whole lot of these other people. You don't see too many people like us who have actually been out here in this game doing the shit and openly speak and give you all the whole insight and just our experience, because we just feel like that part's what's important. Why? Because there's so many people y'all don't know, like Kenny Gaines. I mean, how, you want to know about Turtle Buster? Hey, the information's out there. Just don't take my word. Ask other people. I mean, if people know, there has to be a reason why them Turtle Buster dogs didn't last long. There's a lot of dogs out here, gentlemen, that didn't last long. I mean, they had their run with like the Zebo shit, the Queen shit, the Queen of Bull shit. Who else? There was something that fell off. The Satan shit.
Satan dog.
The Satan dogs, because they weren't selling dogs and the right people weren't getting them dogs, and they fell off. Remember, the only reason we can talk about going hard dogs, period, y'all, is look at the people's hands we put them in. A lot of the dogs that we show y'all are people.
We just had 26 champions and grand champions. But they ain't all them come out our yard.
Well, I mean, they should know that already. We didn't say we made all them champions and grand champions. Right. Them grand champions and champions came off what other people did with them. So that for us is to show you the dogs that actually got off our yard. We didn't have the opportunity to have that long run like everybody else, because we had fed problems. You know what I mean? We had the alphabet problems. And them alphabet problems was around long before we came to Florida. But they just basically followed us across the country. But again, it's all about, the law gonna always do what they want to do. And that's another thing. I don't knock people, like, even when it come down to Buck and how he got caught up in this shit that he got caught up. Out of all the shit that we might have done in life, you got, let some bullshit be the reason that my brother went down and did 2 years for a steroid bottle and what was it? A baiting charge.
Yeah. 2 bottles of steroids.
2 bottles of steroids and a baiting charge got a motherfucker 2 years in prison. So I don't need nobody to be preaching to me about anything that have to do with the motherfucking law. Y'all hear how we feel about that. Keep your cameras on. Don't invite them on your yard. Take care of your yard. Don't answer no questions. Don't talk to them. Don't bring anybody into your mix. You know what I'm saying? Stop doing dumb shit to where they can go on Facebook. They can go on Facebook. They can go on YouTube and pull all their videos out. They talk about dog fighting. You goddamn right. There's also murderers talk about murder. There's also all kind of motherfuckers talk about everything on this motherfucker. But I have a disclaimer. You know what I'm saying? So long I'm running my disclaimer, I'm gonna feel comfortable to say what I want to say, because I'm not out here to try to encourage y'all to do shit. If I'm trying to encourage y'all to do anything, is to be able to keep your nose clean. Keep your nose clean and stay out the way.
Get in the dark.
Everything that's in the dark ain't meant to come to the light. So it's okay to stay in the dark.
Only them shit talking.
You know what I mean?
The light. They want to be seen.
You know, motherfucker who want to be seen. I mean, he ain't got. I mean, if I'm trying to sell puppies or sell shit, I guess I would have a different approach. So that's why I want to understand everything about the new shit. I want to understand everything about the new shit because everything that we did back in the day, as far as the dog fight, all that shit's illegal, y'all. So y'all never hear me shy away from that. Yeah, I'm one of them dumb motherfuckers to talk about it, and that's better than being a dumb motherfucker who ain't never done shit and still talking about it. You know, that's all I'm saying. I'm trying to understand. Wait a minute. I admit to what the fuck I was. There's no secret to it. What the fuck I got to worry about it for now? You know? I can tell you and sit back and show you this shit. Now, this new shit that we talking about, I'm trying to figure out what is that to talk about. Help me out now. Help me out because I want to understand. I want to know. I want to know.
Get in the dark.
You know, anything other than that, it ain't meant to be known.
That's right. Bring your ass down in that dark basement.
I don't give a fuck about the basement, whatever the fuck y'all call it.
I do.
I ain't in it, so I don't need to know about it.
They
don't need to know about it.
Talk all that shit upstairs.
All that shit upstairs don't mean nothing until you go downstairs. So that's where, to me, I don't know who down there. It's been there. All I know is the game been down, been lasted all these years, and that's what it's gonna always be. It was illegal back in my time period. It was illegal before my time period, and all that shit talking. The last time I checked, they still doing it. So guess what? If you don't know, then I mean you don't need to know. If you're in the dark, stay in the dark, because you ain't got no business trying to show your shit off in the light. Does champion and grand champion shit matter nowadays? I don't see why it should, but because it's up here now. So why would I be wanting to talk about a champion or a grand champion, knowing the motherfucker gonna sit up to say that's from him fighting dogs? But if I was in the basement, I wouldn't need all that shit because, you know, that community don't need all that shit to verify who the fuck it is. Never have and never will. So that's the part of the game I look at. The part that don't nobody need to be talking about. The part that I was the part of. I mean, everybody knew. I mean, everybody knew that, you know, we out here fighting dogs because how you got, you know, 5 fights tonight, goddamn it, 200 motherfuckers here. You know, we having a cookout. Come on, man. Them days is long gone. Not really. No, they're not. They're just a little bit quieter doing it. And that's the way it's supposed to be. But I'm not condoning it. All I'm just saying is don't play the game if you're ready, if you're not ready to suffer the consequences that come with it. That's like don't sell drugs if you can't do the time. You can do the crime, then get ready to do the time. But if you can't do the time, then don't do it. There's nothing wrong with that. There is nothing wrong with that. For anybody to hate on that, they should be ashamed of themselves.
What about these internet dog fighting gangsters?
Well, for all my internet dog fighting gangsters that had arguments back and forth, y'all enjoy yourself because one thing it definitely does, it sets for great entertainment. And I was really thinking, I wanted, you know, I got who I got some straws off of. What's a good dog to say I got some straws off of?
Me too.
We really got straws off of me too. I'm talking about some bullshit straws. I mean, I remember somebody said they had them straws off of Big John.
Oh, Big John, that's a lie.
That's a lie. We know that. And then when I heard the motherfucker say he got them straws off of Jeep, that was a lie.
That's a lie.
Okay, give me somebody I can put out there to start some shit with. I want somebody famous. I want a good one to be like, you know what, motherfuckers? I got some goddamn straws off of Give Me One.
Mayday.
But we already know maybe they didn't have no straws.
Well, and what are you trying to say?
Is there something else?
Nobody out there got no real straws or no.
I mean, nobody. Because we know you got the Luke Kane straws out there.
Yeah, Luke Kane got straws.
They still got the straws out there.
But everybody else.
They fake, right? Okay. Yellow Buck. Let's say we got some straws off Yellow Buck.
Yeah.
All right, fella. I got a new one for y'all. I got some goddamn straws off of Stone City Kennels Yellow Buck, the one that got hit by the garbage truck. you know, how far will that get me? Yellow Buck is the son of STP's buck now. All right. So y'all get the word around.
Grand Champion Yellow Buck. Grand
Champion Yellow Buck, a son of buck. We got straws. We sell them for $25,000. If you ain't serious, don't even call. Y'all know our relationship with Stone City. Let's see how what kind of traction that pick up. And for my people that is cool with me, if you say, you cool with Twin, where we got some type of relationship, okay, I give you a discount, 20. Say you get a $5,000 discount. Now, how long y'all think I can ride with that story? Everybody else seem to do it and get over. But, I ain't having no disclaimer added to it. I don't want nobody to be questioning me or how you can prove it twin and all that other shit. I got too many other males around here I can go get some shit from. Just trust me. Just trust me. It's twin. I got some damn Yellow Buck, Grand Champion Yellow Buck straws for $25,000. Okay. And saying 100 about Brad just said no, twin, 50. They doing them for 50. Come on, honey brother, I ain't trying to rip their mouth out, man. Hell, we had made 2 straws for 25, and we had a couple people trying to jump on them. You know what I'm saying? And that shit was out there, and that's true. There's some Luke Kane straws out here. That's true. They charging $25,000. They be dead ass serious. Well, shit, I got some Yellow Buck shit. I tried to keep it under the wraps, but shit, being everybody else letting their shit go, I might as well jump right in with everybody else. $25,000. People that I know.
I can get some Santos from Gardner.
You know what I mean?
He ain't no champion. I don't even know why he's such a valuable mutt, but
hey, look, if Santos can get 20 grand, is that what he getting?
I don't know what he getting for.
I don't know how much they trying to get for that Santos shit over there. And he ain't even the champion, but I'm talking about a grand champion. Yellow Buck, the son of motherfucking grand champion Buck, 5-time winner. The one he got ran over by a motherfucking garbage truck on Christmas Day. Thank God we got some straws and now found them. In the same truck he got hit by. $25,000. Come get them while they last. Until Tuesday, maybe. I'll see how then. Until then, man, y'all do what I do. And one thing you always gonna see us doing, we always. I mean, goddamn it, we always scratch the win.
You better believe it.
You better believe it, baby. Better act like you know. I mean, appreciate all of y'all, man. One love. Let me get my music on, Mo. So you came in late, Mo. Don't worry about it.
No. You be doing a good show.
Let me put my music on. I gotta get my shit on.
You gonna stop me from messing with these trollers?
No, man, because
I'm telling you, man, I'm not gonna be showing no mercy. I'm on the way out the door.
I know.
I'm gonna be cutting. They don't want to deal with us, man.
I know, Mo. Calm down. I don't want your blood pressure to get up. The minute you got started, I seen the sweat beading all across your forehead.
I can't believe
And
this.
I'm like, oh my God.
Y'all learn, y'all to know better.
Nah, man. They still doing the same old dumb shit.
They don't know no better.
Nah, they don't. Don't worry.
They ain't getting hit hard enough because they ain't in our face. You this shit would have been on.
Nah.
That hard mighty shit, nigga, you doing some real.
Yeah.